They will be presenting the final balance of the project. Then, without any break, as I said, we will go into the second part of the panel. I will invite everyone attending the meeting to be able to speak with reflections, with questions to the panelists. And then for specific questions, I will pass on the floor to the specific speaker for reflections and for general information. We will do 2 rounds of questions if time allows. This is the plan. In the presentation, my name, Luís Raposo, was missing, and I thank the cultural program to have invited me to moderate the panel, mainly in the presence of my director, Ana Catarina Souza. We are several members here, which is quite significant. Archaeologists were known for thinking only about rocks and things like that. I don't want to be unfair to my ancestors, but this is what we were known for. I have been spending my life in museums and in universities, but currently I work in a museum. I am a member of the World Executive Committee of the International Museum Council. Having said this, I will pass on the floor to the panelists to speak about the 5 projects which will be presented. The Cultural Center, Coastal Center of the Sesimbra municipality. Andrea is going to speak about this project. This is the heaviest one in terms of investment and in terms of physical works already done. Secondly, the Nautical Arts Center by Pedro Bruchado. He is the second in this order, with characteristics which I didn't know, but he explained adaptation throughout time. Third, the project named Folgo, Rita Guerreiro from the Association of Cultural Producers, involving town halls, a company, and an association as promoter of the project. Then a 4th panel named Universal, Particular Universal, by Rui Damas. It is also a cultural association promoting the project. And finally, Terra Incognita, presented by Mr. Márcio Sergeiro. First, I would like to pass on the floor first to Andrea from the Cultural Coast Center, so that she will be able to present for 10 minutes, sum up a synthesis of the project. Andrea, the floor is yours. Thank you, Professor. Before anything else, I would like to thank Patrimônio IP and my colleagues from the management of EEA grants of the program Culture in Portugal for the invitation they made us to present the project here on the behalf of the Sesimbra City Hall and the museum. I'd like to thank Ana Catarina Souza, dear friend and colleague Amélia, Teresa, Pedro and Sofia for the support they gave us in this journey, and a special thanks to our Norwegian partner, Professor Jorge Santos from Arctic University in Norway, for the journey that started in 2019. Started in 2019 because in 2019 we received an invitation by the Cultural Heritage Directorate to host in Sesimbra the second day of the event, about which we didn't heard about, an on-board meeting. The aim was to bring together promoters from Liechtenstein, Norway, and Iceland, and the possible Portuguese partners about a funding named EEA grants, a cultural program which was about to open 2 calls for culture, and in Portugal for the coastal heritage area. So we started like this. I cannot start my presentation without first speaking, and I'm very suspicious about the beautiful town of Sesimbra, near Lisbon, maritime, and this fortress we see in the middle of the bay is the fortress that has the Maritime Museum, which was the motto to initiate the project in 2019, the future Coastal Cultural Center. The focus of our panel are bilateral relations, but I cannot speak about them without giving a brief context of the project. Our project aimed to refurbish a building from the beginning of the 20th century. We can see the image before and after. The building is in the historic center of the villa of the town. The fishers were able to see for the first time the magic of cinema, hosted associations, many organizations, even the collection of the museum during the 90s. And by the end of the 90s, the municipality bought the building, which had a lot of projects and plans but have never been materialized. The building aimed to fulfill several areas that the museum doesn't have. One of the floors of the building hosts the refurbishing of the ideal shop. It was fully destroyed. It was possible to refurbish the original furniture, and inside this has a number of memories, cultural references of our community. It was the most relevant factor of the rehabilitation of this shop. The museum team here and the carpenter who refurbished the shop. If we think about rehabilitation, about this grocery store, when we are refurbishing a cultural heritage, we are refurbishing identity, cultural nature, and the collections that these buildings will have in the future. We can bring together the community around the memories of this grocery store. This was refurbished, was composed of 75% of our project. Today it has many purposes, holds a lab for refurbishing and restoration. I don't like to use the word innovative because innovative has to do with gourmet and other words without reflecting its meaning. But in fact, we have anoxia technology in our lab, allowing us to disinfect and treat the pieces of the collection without using chemicals. A number of technical knowledge that I cannot explain because I am not an expert. It allows to make or to organize a number of activities together with the community.
Crianças, os alunos da comunidade escolar.
With the children and disabled people or people with specific needs, seniors, those who visit us. So this center is a center open to the community, hosts scientific conferences. In October last year, we hosted the 29th meeting from the Mediterranean area involving Turkey, Spain, and several points in Europe and Africa. It was a very relevant moment. As you can see in the picture, the president of the association, the mayor, the president of the Maritime Museums, and the president of Econ Portugal, my dear colleague, David Feliz. I mean, this is a center that houses not only the scholars, the professionals of museums and culture, but also the community. The community is our second public, because the first public, we understand that It is the team of the museum. First, we have to work for our team. We have to involve our team because they are the mediators, the first. If the team is not motivated or involved in the project, everything we are going to do next doesn't matter. Therefore, we work first for our team and then to our community, understanding the community of the museum, the several segments of the public. Today, people share memories, objects, and the coastal cultural center started with the bag full of cracks from the 18th century in the hand of a member of the museum asking, what shall we do with this? Because the museums have the issues of incorporation, the criteria of incorporation, but these collections are more and more challenging. Today they have several areas. The Department of Restoration and Refurbishing, for more than 4 decades, we received many pieces that we cannot exhibit. More than 5,000 objects that today are in the visitable reserves of the center, allowing us to return these objects to the community and to collect the stories. Today we are preparing the catalog, the immaterial catalog of the museum, Museum Maritime of Sesimbra. Through the object we are able to really tell the stories of the lives of the owners. The center also hosts an auditorium for activities, room for educational service, technical offices of the technicians of the museum. The project in total has the budget of more than 2,000 million euros. By the center, more than 12,000 people have passed, and since we open to the public, we sold 20,000 euro in items sold. The merchandising objects are all related with the identity and cultural identity of Sesimbra. Now I'm going to speak about the partnership with our partners. This wouldn't be possible. The project has 4 partners. When we design a project, and naturally today we know much more than in 2019, we thought that we would host just a few partners who could be a contribution and a basis to the project. Because if we go to Priberan, if we search for cooperation, it's when we work all together with a common purpose. This was what we looked for in our partners. Arctic University in Norway is one of our partners, represented here by Professor Jorge Santos, who is Portuguese. He is not Norwegian, but lives for more than 4 decades in Norway, and he's a professor at university. Also, Ox Maritime Museum in Oslo, and the local partners are Arts and Alpesca, an association that gathers producers that has a factory. The second biggest employer in Sesimbra, more than 50 associates. They fish, they transform, and they sell fish. And also the association of small professionals in the shipyard. The objective was to promote activities related to sustainable fisheries with the profession of fishing, to rehabilitate and to promote the traditional shipbuilder profession. This is a profession that is about to disappear. The objective, in addition to all works and purpose of the building, to really bridge collaboration with Norway throughout the project. I was already in Norway for more than 12 times. We have a significant number of training sessions and workshops. In 2023, a delegation of 12 stakeholders from Sesimbra, entrepreneurs, the mayor, representatives from organizations in the fisheries sector. They were in Norway for a week to exchange experiences, to take contact with new technologies. They met with a Norwegian company named Otimar. They visited the so-called fish farms of production of salmon, the really cod fish factories, cod fish before being exported to Portugal, the green cod fish or bacalhau, as it is called. So they had the opportunity to have a contact with these new technologies so that they could bring this information with impact to the local economy. They had the opportunity as well to fish codfish. I will show you very quickly the images of the number of activities we develop. Our colleagues from the North Maritime Museum, archaeologists, and visited the project Water World. Naval builders visited Norway. From was quoted as well, because people from museums enjoy seeing and visiting museums. I brought this image from the scanner that is in the museum, but also in the Water World. They also have this technology because we are going to really buy it. We are working in an application of €500,000. We bought a shipyard that will be transformed in a school museum, and they will have this scanner. The activities aimed also arts, artistic co-creation that join researchers, scholars, and elements from our children's community. The robots underwater from the university, allowing us, our community and the fisheries, to see in real time the bottom of the sea. Mr. Artur Sormaia, who is 94 years old, have never had the opportunity to see the sea bottom. It was incredible. We organized an exhibition so-called Living with the Ocean, which opened in Sesimbra in April 2024, and then in Arstad, in the biggest festival in the north of Norway, in Brussels, in October, and in December 2024 in Sri Lanka. The Norwegian people had the opportunity to go to the sea with the fishers from Sesimbra to exchange knowledge. The opening of the exhibition, where the community contributed actively, the last place in Norway. Regarding the perspective to continue, we participate in we collaborate with universities in other projects. This picture is from October 2024 within the scope of the final closing event of the Project Flow opening of the exhibition in Brussels. The visit in September, in last October, in the National Council for the Fisheries of Norway, the visit to Sesimbra. We will speak about continuity soon. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Andrea. A lot of suggestions, they stay in my head and on all of our heads for the next stage. This cooperation with Norway in the terms indicated, maybe it's repeated in other projects because it's very seductive. It's not just cod. Cod is fundamental, but it's not just the cod as the motive of cooperation with Norway. But we have pleasure and we are proud of it. In Bergen, they taught me that codfish is one thing, bacalhau is another. And we see bakery with Portuguese cake, pastel nata, the custards. And in Berga Fish Market, we see Portuguese people selling in the fish market. So the Portuguese community is very well involved in the Norway way of life. And these data is very important to make sure that there's a flow in both ways. So other reflections I will leave for the debate later on. As you can see, I should have started by saying that, but you know better, this program has several components. There's a heritage component and another one that is more artistic, contemporary art. In the table, we have, I don't know if it was the fortuitous distribution of shares, but these things are deeply rooted. We, working with heritage, we are sitting on this side and the artist on the other. I would have preferred a mix, but okay, it's all right. And the second project that will be presented by Pedro Bruchado is the nautical center of Vila do Conde, presented by the municipality of Vila do Conde, and it's also a heritage focused. And so let's hear the second heritage project with the 10 minutes, please, Pedro. Okay, this presentation will start with a video, so I don't bore you to death. So I will ask your attention for this video.
De ofício quase perdido, mas que tanto queremos preservar. De legado ancestral em que madeira, mar e homem se tornam só. Do medo de partir sem saber o destino. Se as mãos de povo falassem, falavam-nos da tradição que passou de pais para filhos, para netos, para nós, para todos nós, que somos hoje os verdadeiros impulsionadores da preservação da construção naval em madeira em Vila do Conde. As mãos de povo, na verdade, falam e têm tanto para nos dizer. Centro de Artes Náuticas, na tradição das mãos de povo.
Okay, from this video serves to present the project from the Center, Nautical Arts Center in Vila do Conde. And before I start my presentation, I would like to make mine Conceição words, Andrea's words, I'm sorry, says the speaker, in the thank you notes that was made to us, the invitation, the support given to us throughout the project. I will present a little bit ahead. This was a project that had changes, significant changes in this path, and without the help and the cultural heritage IP, we wouldn't be here today presenting some of the results of the project. So the Nautical Arts Center, besides the name, has on its basis a knowledge and a know-how from Vila do Conde, that is the building with wood, a naval building with wood. And some years ago we became Portuguese immaterial heritage some years ago. And why? Why? Because in Vila do Conde we built boats for more than 10 centuries. There's several references to shipbuilding and since the 10th century, where there's reference to boats, building boats, and that traditions endures up until now, our days. And it was inserted in the urban tissue of Vila do Conde, but meanwhile, it had to be displayed outside the city itself. But, however, this know-how, this transmission of know-how is threatened right now. It is an elderly population, inhabitants. I'm speaking about people that build boats that is very elderly right now, focus on 4 shipyards, naval shipyards, with an industrial dimension. In this image, you can see in the mouth of Ave River 3 of them, 3 of the shipyards, where the fleet, the majority of the fleet in Portugal built in wood is still repaired there. There's another shipyard in the Povo de Varzim Harbor, the city that is makes its northern border with Vila do Conde, although this harbor is territorially part of the city of Vila do Conde. However, so our project started by being and having a bigger dimension. The will was to reconvert a space that was connected to shipbuilding and cod fishing. It was a building of drying codfish, where the cod, after arriving from Iceland, Norway, Canada, came to Vilutkan, and then it was dried, prepared, and then exported for sale. This building is classified as municipal heritage, and it was crucial to revitalize it for all the actions later on will be explained later on. This project was developed in a pre-pandemic, pre-war in Ukraine, and when it starts to be launched, the costs associated with this project gained a dimension that was unthinkable. We're speaking of a project of 2 million euros investment, goes beyond 3 million euros with the funds EEA grants. We had to substantially adapt the initial project, and I want to thank all the technicians involved in the project and the mechanism of financing that granted enough openness for this project to be rethinked in a short amount of time and allowed, in some way, not recovering the building, but execute all the capabilities and actions that were done. The only exception is that the building was not recovered as of yet. So I will start speaking about some of the actions made. One of them has to do with a meeting of traditional vessels, where we, for the first time, join in Vilutkonde several traditional vessels in the Rio Ave, where people could contact different types of vessels, both Portuguese and from Galicia in the northern part of Spain. We developed an international conference, Early Watercraft, that speaks not about the vessels themselves as we build them in Vilutkonde, but primitive vessels, the canoes that were used since the Iron Age up until the Middle Ages, and in some areas of the world are still being used. Additionally, it was possible in the scope of shipbuilding to make the renewal and restoration of a copy, a replica of now from the 15th century that we have in Vilutkonde, and we could intervene completely in all its extension outside the water. So we were able to restore it since from the line of water up until the upper part. Speaking of seeds that this project can bring, there's the intention of the municipality of Vilutkonde to take this ship, this vessel, on dry land to complete what was started by this grant financing. Vilutkonde has a feature that is very curious. In its territory, we have two techniques of shipbuilding, very different one from the other. One is the evolution of the one that can have root in the 15th, 16th century that became more complicated and is the origin of the shipyards that I showed you in the early images. But then we have another technique, a small shipyard, where the technique from the 15th, 16th century, the technique described by Padre Fernando Oliveira, published in the end of the 16th century, that technology is still executed today, not in vessels, big vessels, but in small vessels, between 5-6 meters long. Besides all that, we end up creating an exhibit that meets exactly the communication of this know-how. And this exhibit that was inserted in Alfândega Regia, the Naval Museum, details this know-how that exists in Vilutkonde, and nobody ever looked at it in a way to systematize it and make it available for our visitors to be able to understand this legacy. And we did also, for the first time, the first chartering in Vilutkonde naval chartering. We were afraid, a little bit afraid, because as I said initially, this population that works in the shipyards in Vilocon is becoming elderly. We are speaking of people with 60 and above, and there's no renewal for younger people or the people that work and that are younger. They do not have the necessary knowledge for them to know this know-how and be the pushing force behind it. So we started this course of naval carpentry to reactivate this know-how and communicate it to the future generations. We were afraid we were speaking of heavy work, manual work, in conditions that is not very compatible with the expectations today is done outside, whether there's wind, there's sun, it's cold, it's raining, it doesn't matter. It's hard, and it's a hard work, and it's a work that is very complicated from the point of view of know-how. And when we launched this initiative, we thought that nobody would show up. We're very happy. We would be happy if 5 showed up. And we were surprised with 70 applications, which means that we weren't able to reach everybody that looked for this first course. We had to divide it in 2 different classes, and we fit 30 in each to make the training, to complete the training. And once again, this activity had another feature that we were hoping to have people with low academic skills, and it was the opposite. The majority of people talking of high qualified people, masters, PhDs. We are talking about people with different expectations from what we are creating a labor force for the shipyards. No, we are speaking of people that are trying to absorb this know-how and trying to think what can transform, how can they transform this know-how in other types of business that should be more sustainable than the current naval building. So from this point of view, this action, this project was truly 2 minutes, says the speaker. It was truly curious, the result we had. And now, bilaterally, the connection we had with our partners. This project has 17 partners. 2 of them are from Norway. And Goiland, that received us and helped us in the part connected with building, shipbuilding, and naval construction. And the visits made to Norway allowed us to understand that technology of naval building is very different in Norway and from what is done here in our territory. But Portugal has a mix of technologies, was able in the 15th, 16th century to mix 2 techniques very different. A technology that comes from the Mediterranean area that builds the skeleton of the boat first and then fills up the exterior of that skeleton, and the technology of northern naval construction that brings the design of the build of the ships, and the mix from the design, the capability of build boats in a different way, gave origin to our naval builders, our discovery of the world, and what is our building today, naval construction today. It's very important to understand how the shipyards in Norway are structured. It was something very curious to see and understand. Different thoughts, different ways of doing things, but complementary. This project had, I'm showing you, besides speaking of bilaterally, I'm talking about the small shipyard in Villachan. We built the Catraia. It's a typical small ship. Besides being built in Vilocon, it was exported to Norway and delivered in Norway, being that the ship, finishing this boat was done there to explain to the Norwegian how it was done in order to have an exchange of experience and know-how. You see here the arrival of the boat being finished, and then the ceremony of baptism. If later you have curiosity regarding what happened with this baptism, I will explain later on. This is Arctic, another partner. I'm almost finished. It's connected to museums, and it gave us a different perspective here. The perspective, how they approach museums, how they approach their spectators, their visitors, how they communicate the know-how in Norway, and in which way we do it on our side, how they can or could help us to improve this interaction between the publics, the different publics, in exchanging experience. This was very interesting because we have elements that were gathered and they thought it was interesting and they would replicate it in their own museums, and we had the same capability to incorporate some of the approaches that they showed us. And I think that's it. There's no more time.
Obrigado, Pedro.
Thank you, Pedro. Then we will have time to discuss further your project. Once again, a very important project. This is the idea that these circumstances associated with the COVID and the world that changed dramatically over the last years. The concept of building our home was not developed, but as Pedro commented before the debate, if we have a home and we don't have people to fill up the home with their knowledge, there is no purpose for the house. There is this deadly scene in the museum. First to build the building, and then we will see what we will put inside. It's not possible to build a museum like that. Another reflection is in these two projects, you spoke a lot about museums. In Sesimbra, yes, they have a museum, but in the location where they worked, it's not a museum by name. And in the case of Vila do Conde, there is also a museum with very beautiful exhibitions, by the way, but it's more than a museum. It's much more than a museum. To me, who work in a museum, I'm a professional that supports museum, there are mixed feelings. I don't care not using the word museum when these experiences had an origin in Europe and in the world in a contemporary way. Eco Museums was the name. And I remember in the conversations I had with the father of ecomuseology, who says that let's forget the word museum. If we put it another name, it doesn't matter. Maybe this is a reflection by someone who is an expert in museums, and I apologize for saying this. Now I'm going to pass on to the floor to speakers who are going to speak about art. In this case, with the project Fôlego, managed by the Association of the Cultural Experts, which is going to be presented by Rita Guerreiro. We had municipalities involved, but in this case, this is really a composition of a region, a number of municipalities, and a company and an association with a different framework. So I'm curious to know your method. Good morning. My name is Rita Souza Guerreiro on behalf of the Academy of Cultural Promoters. I thank the invitation to be here today to speak about this project that is so dear to me. It is also expensive, $500,000, but very dear, because there is a great involvement, not only by the association, but also by other very important partners. I thank the company Mapa das Ideias. Inês was here yesterday. Maybe you attended the panel she moderated yesterday, and also 5 municipalities, and therefore a number of artists and other agents who were with us throughout the project. Started in September 2021, was on until April 2024. Folgo is a program of artistic intervention moved by the fight against climate change. There is an association between art and environment. The name Folgo was associated with breathing, for us to be kept alive and to bring closer people, territories around a common goal, to breathe better times, to have a better future, trying to overcome the challenges in environment. Speaking about the importance of sharing and approximation. Approximation is very important, be it in bilateral or local context. We involved several municipalities, 7 in total. The first 5 were the core of the project. The strong team and all the municipalities from the center of Portugal, territories which are very subject to fires. There are many forest fires in the center of Portugal. In the final phase of the project, because this project had the possibility to be extended for 4 months until April 2024, we were able to bring Covilhã and Vila Velha do Rodão to the project, also from the center. Collaboration was very important between partners, Iceland, the university from Iceland, and also Norway with the choreographer. Thank you, both of you. Stephen, you are welcome. Thank you. And Eddie, who is also the mentor of the project. She is involved with dancing. H2 dancing. There is a team meeting it was in November 2021 when they first visited the region. We were together. We see here people from the association, from the Mapa das Ideias, from Iceland University, Norway, from the municipalities, artists who came from Lisbon, and local artists from several areas. Music, dance, photography, fine arts. This shows the diversity of areas that we involve in the project. So I start with a connection with Norway, with Idistukhat, a festival, a concept she already had in Norway, the Fest and Fest Festival, who had the first derivation. Fest and Fest Youth was the first name. She did work with the youngsters in Sertã High School. She included a number of participative works. The main key or the added value of this work was the empowerment and a very active participation of young people. It was a challenge to both to her because she didn't know the region or the youngsters. It was a very interesting opportunity for her to be able to meet these young people. But it was also a challenge to the young people because they were not used to such participative approach or empowerment. Do I have to do everything? Yes, of course, with our help. They chose the artists. They were the curators of this festival at the end. They chose as well the locations where the shows were made. They went to a closed discotheque. And in the school, the first students who were involved in the project, who were a little bit more afraid, they started to involve other people, activists from Lisbon, climate action in the climate action field. So they build a very cohesion group about the environment. They organize workshops, conferences, well, a number of activities which are very relevant. And there is a sentence from the youngsters who participated: if we don't change to act, there will be no seasons, extra seasons. There was a concern to act and give an answer to those who are the urgent climate challenges. We see here an image, the image of the project. The students work their design together with the local communication agency, and the picture here was taken by them. They organized activities outside in the school. They created the actors, so there was an involvement, a very interesting involvement. This is a project that happened here in the region in Portugal, and we know it went on in Norway, in England, in Sweden, because there are many artists involved in the project. So there is a continuation. Our collaboration continues as well. We are trying to see if we can make some actions feasible. We participated in the Perform Europe initiative. So it is very good to have this partnership with you, Heidi, and with your team. Speaking about the university in Iceland, the project had this name. There was a work of connection between art and science, researchers, artists, 5 elements from this region, and 5 elements from Iceland. There was a number of workshops, conferences held in Iceland and in Portugal. There were elements of people in the project that traveled both countries. There were members from other countries that show their perspective about this theme of art, science, and climate issues. And therefore, there was a work guided by Stephen Arkman, who has also a very important project, Bridges, and he will have the opportunity to also speak, allowing the project to be disclosed in international conferences, UNESCO. So he brought the message of Folgo and its purpose into other regions in the world. A sentence from the participants of the projects: we learned to look differently to the same problems, and excellent sharing between people and people living in distant territories. Now I address myself to Catarina from Proença Nova, a fine artist who traveled to Iceland, and considering the distance, the differences, the similarities, I remember meeting her at the airport, and I asked her, what did you like most? And she said, I hope that this was very different. I thought, but we are so similar. So this idea of proximity, so to deal with the same problem, a global problem, and to look to different manifestations. In Portugal, forest fires, and then thinking about communication strategies to communicate science through art, to communicate science through art and through this, involving the populations in a more affectionate way, and together to find solutions to face environmental challenges. An image that speaks for itself, by itself, either in Iceland or in the forests of Monção. And finally, this last slide that summarizes the final outcomes of the project exceeded the expectations. It was a $500,000 investment, participation from several municipalities, in addition to logistics, human means, and everything. And we made 62 artistic productions during this period of 30 months. 100 public performances with 6,800 participants. We were very happy with occupancy rates. It was a challenge. Even the way we disclosed the project. I was distributing when they project leaflets in the cars, things that we don't do in Lisbon anymore, but there we do. We have to adapt ourselves to the local reality, to the way people are available to receive the project, to work closely with the community, to understand their habits, and looking to have their involvement. A final very important point, the legacy we leave, a manual of good practices. You can have a look through the QR code. There is a number of reflections and information about the activities we developed with schools, working proposals to teachers. This manual was disclosed to all the teachers in the region. It will be available to other regions as well and to other teachers. We speak about critical thinking, activism, and I hope that you will have the opportunity to see the work that has been done. We had a very important participation from Stephen, who included scientific reflection, and therefore we leave you with this first journey. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Rita. Nem foi preciso.
Thank you, Rita. It was not necessary to call your attention to the 2 minutes. You respected it. But we went from an area that is not featured as heritage to another of art, contemporary art. But I'm asking if it's not heritage as well, because we are always within this. In Latin, patrimonius is heritage, it's service to the father. And it has a lot to be said about it, because to patriarch societies, as we leave matrimony for the mother, it's more intimate, more familiar, and the public side is patrimonius. But when we're thinking of service to the father in the broad, all parents, all mothers as well, this is heritage as well. And another word that is very treacherous is tradition. Okay, many people are thinking it's connected to the past, just past. No, in Latin, tradition in Latin is tradera, is what we bring to the present, what we cannot bring to the present. And so the present to the future is not tradition, it's over. And many of it, it's over throughout times, of course. So we will continue to speak of art creation, contemporary art creation, that in the true sense of the words, in its root, and what I understood being its more adequate use, they're still contemporary. The heritage is contemporary, tradition is contemporary as well. And the following project will be presented by Ruth Damaso. It is designated, it's an invitation that leaves us with curiosity. It's particular, universal, universal, particular. And coming from, if I read correctly, the project that comes from the gravity center, it's very interior, it's inland, it's Algarve, that is not Algarve, that is Castro Marim. So, please. Good morning, everyone. I will pass some time looking at my phone. It's where I have my notes, so I cannot lose focus. Our project is called Particular Universal, and the subtitle, Identity, Memory, and Scenery and Gastronomie. Identity, memory, and scenery and gastronomy are words that have a lot to be said about. One of them, scenery, I would like to give another note. We are an association that works mainly with sound and music, and scenery here could and should be understood as sound, sight, soundscape, landscape. We do not have the equivalent in Portuguese to soundscape, but landscape is seen and should be seen as sound as well. This project was a project a lot about processes of bringing closer Castromarie. Why Castromarie? We are an association based in Barreiro, in the southern part of the other parts of the river, where we do most of our work. It's a connection, a city. We are very well connected. Many of our work is done to the city and towards, but why Castromarie? We were never there in reality when we applied. Before applying, we were never there. So there's a series of processes, of coincidences, of circumstances, intuition that are interesting. It's in retrospect, I understand that they were there. I had been in Alcotim for the first time a week before of having the news of the opening of the call for the EEA grants program, culture program, and I was fascinated by the territory. When the call opened, I debated with my colleagues and said, let's try and explore that zone, because there's something intangible that attracts us to that territory. Maybe what you said, it's not exactly Algarve, it's still Alentejo. We are people very passionate about the South, and something acquired in our culture, in our DNA, maybe. So we tried to approach the municipality of Alcotim and Castromarie. The original idea was to make in both, to have things done in both things. We were lucky that Castromarie, we were able to find a contact. I don't know very well how. They just picked up the phone and they said yes in 5 minutes on the phone. Alcotim had doubts, ended up not happening, maybe in the future, but at that point, we don't know anything about these people. They don't know anything about us. But there was an initial empathy that started the dialogue. And the same thing happened with our partner in Norway and in music here in the room. We researched briefly what we knew about contemporary music in Norway. That is our focus, our work. We felt a connection, immediate one, with their work. We scheduled a Zoom, and in a brief talk, we decided to advance. We're going to do this. So this was mainly a project of bringing closer. The first time we were physically in Castromarie was with the application already approved, with a project to implement and develop. We imagined, without knowing the territory, but what we aimed to do, we ended up doing almost completely. We hit the target, the form, and it was well designed, or by intuition, I don't know. But we hit the nail on it. Knowledge of a territory by us as promoters, organized by the partners, and by the artists as well. Before passing on to the artists, the other partners we have are Filho Único, an association here in Lisbon, and we have a lot of affinities with them, static, artistic. They have a great knowledge of the music scenery in Portugal, contemporary in Portugal. And they had a huge contribution. And Teatro do Vestido, it's a company, a theatrical company. They have archived, it's something that was interesting as well, due to the issue of memory, the identity. And outputs to speak about the results. We had around 20 artistic residents in Castromarim with several artists from sound. 5 of them were programmed by Filho Único partners, national partner, 6 by the Norwegian partner, We Music. They chose 6 Norwegian music to go to Castromarim to make that approach, and the other 6 was an open call that we made. For those, they are overwhelming. For those that know, many of them with a lot of merit. We could only choose 6, and that will give us motivation to continue our work. So 17 physical residents, artistic residents in Castromarim. We left it to the artists to choose or trying to understand the angle of their relationship with the territory. In the open call, we suggested some subjects, some themes, based on what we were getting to know about Castromarim, the identity of the place, and we had a broad range of things that they could select. Others were selected by the artists themselves. A musician from Oporto that wanted to work a piece with an amateur club of the region to have simulate the bridge of Guadiana would make the bridge collapse due to vibrations. The type of things that we can't imagine. It was just a rehearsal, fortunately, but there were scientific bases behind this. We had artists that picked up the legacy of Castromarim, the successive regimes from the Middle Ages up until the 25th of April sent their undesirable to Castromarim. We had artists that work the heritage of the sailing, the Sapal, Vila Real Santo Antonio Natural Reserve, others with the issue of drought. This area of the country is one of the most threatened by climate change. There was a lot of perspectives, different ones, on what should be this artistic approach to the territory. Besides these artistic residents, we had a project that was underlying everything linked to the memory, creating future memory. And so we developed a sound archive of Castromarim that can be consulted, have around 300 sounds captured in different spaces of the municipality. Castromarim is one of the few municipalities that has a sound archive dedicated entirely to itself. Associated with it, we made workshop with schools of practices of capturing sound. And then Teatro Cido developed some process regarding documentary theater, games of sets of documentation, creative ones, in some way working process through memories of individuals, creating public works, collective works, organized later a play, a poetic journey through Castromarim, several hours, involved buses, dinners, several villages. It was fascinating. Then afterwards, and it wasn't foreseen originally to organize a festival at the end of the project, seizing the opportunity due to the extension to present some of the works produced. We have had residents. There's a desire of reciprocity in the northern part of Norway, even more remote than Castromarim. 4 Portuguese artists selected by us went when they were there in residence to mirror this process of approach to remote territories. And several of the artistic works produced here in Castromarim were also presented. I was with another expectation. I thought it would be quicker. We presented some of the works in Norway. Castromarim reached some contemporary festivals in Norway. What is left out? I wanted to tell this story connecting to cooperation. We had several processes of cooperation, maybe several bilateral processes between us and our partners. What is the result? For future memory, the sound archive, and a will to continue to do, because as any approach, this was very superficial. 3 years is a long time, yes? Okay, I will continue. The will to continue, many of us, members of the team, we founded an association named Particular Universal in Castro Marim to be able to work there in the future. And that's it. The will to continue to work, believe in this approach, artistic approach, creating empathy, knowing the other, that gives us immediate, and the dimension should be permeable. And we're out of time. Thank you, Rui.
Muito obrigado. A questão do...
Thank you. Expectations for the future, continuity. I would prefer to have as reference subject to discuss it later. I read about each project, but I didn't realize how you had made this connection between these three regions. Castro Marim is not a real Algarve. Even after the 25th of April, it's not that region with beaches and so forth. There is an old biblical tradition according to which Jericho fell by the roar of the trumpets. We are very, we cannot believe in those things, but the thing is noise and has a vibrational power and can bring down buildings. Now we will listen to the last presentation, the project Terra Incognita. Marcia is going to make the presentation of this last project. Now we understand better that if we don't consider Atlantida for the Azores, that one was unknown by the Portuguese sailors. They didn't know really the Atlanta region in Azores. We are going to listen to Mr. Laranjeira. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Marcio Laranjeira from the Camaleão Association with headquarters in Ponta Delgada in the island of San Miguel in Azores. And before the project, we used to be responsible for the festival Tremor. We have a four-wheeled program with a mission to explore the natural territory in Azores and cross it with artistic and creation activities. Based on this basis, there was the idea of terra incognita, unknown land, to have the knowledge what is the natural heritage in Azores and to make a comparison between artistic production and the heritage that we have in the island. How did we do this and how did we structure the idea? The Azores are a territory that changed a lot over the last 10 years, went from an unknown region, even as natural, of continental Portugal. People didn't know the region. It was expensive to travel there. It was expensive to leave the region. Madeira is different. It is a touristic area with beaches. Azores had a different imaginary place. Since 2016, with the liberation of the airspace, Azores in 10 years became a busy touristic area. The region changed dramatically, went from started with a land of very little trade, low economy, and became really very busy in tourism that has been increasing year after year. Many things sold are related to nature and how man relate to the space, to nature. There is a vision that questions the things that make the place special. There is a beautiful view, and if I build a big building, I will destroy the view. So how can we value the natural heritage, respecting and not changing what it is, not creating a change or building anything? So we remember to design the project. First, we map trails, walking tracks that already exist in Azores, in agriculture, energy production sites. Many were abandoned, they were conquered by nature. So we did the mapping of this heritage, and we decided to invite artists to intervene in these walking tracks in two ways. With music, we organize a music festival, and we invited artists to create sound bands for those walking trails. We created 12 groups of national and Norwegian artists, something we did together with our partner, Association of Artists of Norway. They were a partner in discovering a very rich universe, Norwegian artists that were part of the project. And at the same time, in partnership with the artist Serafim Mendes, we did a number of sculptures in augmented reality to place monolith in the place or intervene in a way that there was a change of the condition of the space. So we decided to intervene, and through music to change the experience of doing that walking track, and at the same time with a visual intervention that wouldn't change in anything what were those walking tracks. So based on these assumptions, we contacted the partners, the municipalities in Ponta Delgada, Ribeira Grande, two cities that are part of the São Miguel Island, the association, and also we contacted the association in Norway, and together they crossed national artists, some regional, others from the continent, and Norwegian artists who were invited for a week or a week and a half to live in Azores, São Miguel, to visit the walking track, to understand how they could contribute to the experience. It was very funny during this process. All these, at the end of the walking trail, the musicians would say, "This is amazing. What am I going to do here? I am going to compose a piece of music for this place." But after this amazing experience, because we have indeed a very exuberant landscape, I have a video for you to see a little bit the places, the locations, and the walking tracks that we have mapped. But we had, it's the number one. You can show it without sound. After this amazing experience, it was very interesting to see how each group of musicians, how they interact. They didn't met before. They didn't have any type of relation, even aesthetic. We had a Norwegian black metal artist crossing with local artists. they had to find a common language, something that we thought they couldn't even relate. It was interesting to see how they would decide to intervene in the walking track. Some would decide, I will do a sound band for the whole walking track, but others said, no, I would like the public to appreciate what the trail already has, and at the end they will listen to the piece of music. And regarding digital sculpture, there was a freedom to try to understand where they could contribute, where could they create anything to interact with this trail. In this process of creation and contribution to the space, there were two different dimensions. The first one was an in-loco dimension in which after the process of artistic residence, there was a public performance for people to really listen to. They would walk the trail and would find or come across an artist performing. And there was a second life. At the end, these 13 music groups and trials. We have here the trials, all the sound bands or groups, and any person can download the app, get to the trial, do the trial, and listen to the sound band. So it was possible to have this interaction moment and to ensure duration. And this is a living archive. The app is not limited to this track. It can be augmented and worked upon, not only in São Miguel, but in other places. It is already in other islands and in other places. In addition to this relation with the artists, we created as well a documentary about what it's like to live in this piece of land. And there were many people who related to these projects, and by the performer Diogo Mendes, what is it to live in an archipelago, to feel this isolation? As I said at the beginning, the change in Azores, the way people live in these islands changed as well. I was not born in Azores, and in 2011 I started to live there. I met many people who didn't even leave the island because it was very expensive, the flight ticket. And many people who decided to abandon everything and come and live here. What was seen as negative became a choice to others. Another concern was to create a relationship with the young public in order to start relationships and affection with this space. We organized, therefore, sessions in schools. We brought artists, musicians, and others to speak to the children. And it was a very funny process, because when we arrived to the school rooms, and we asked who normally goes into walking tracks, only one or two would raise the hand. But nowadays there is an intimate relation with these spaces. People started to do the walking tracks more often. It was something that we strengthened, something that already existed but was strengthened. Thank you very much, Marcio.
Bom, eu penso.
And I think it's difficult to find, and I agreed, those that composed the panel, it was me, those who made these presentations, it was difficult not to finish this panel in terms of presentation with such one so heritage. We are speaking of the heritage of everyone. It's not just memory, projections to the future, what brings us pleasure and gives us quality of life in the present and gives us the memory of our ancestors. No, we are sailing in the same waters. And the last one in particular, it touches me a lot because it occurs to me to understand the huge transformation that Azores and San Miguel, maybe not all Azores, but in the last decade, San Miguel had a huge transformation due to this effect of lowering the price of the flights. Last time I was in Azores, there wasn't one night I didn't go out to see something contemporary in terms of contemporary art and to make those trails. And something I thought at the time, those of us that come from music, who knows, and we all have that conscious, absolute silence does not exist as an aberration. And to me, as an archaeologist, and I apologize for using that condition, many times in the field, many places where there's no noise, I hear the noise. The silence of the great spaces is stimulating. And in the trails, in the Azores, the last trail I made, the Cerrados one, it's remarkable. And those silences that were not silences, that scenery, that landscape, those noises are evocative. There's risks, of course, but you dragged what is the sound, the natural sound of nature, and we can build on that. We can create. It's very interesting. I'm not going to speak more, and I will propose the following. I will open the floor to the audience, for those of you that want to, if there's specific question for one or other speaker, yes, or reflections or notes or comments. I would like this final half an hour, I thought it could be more, but we started late, to be focused on the future and another dimension, because investments here, presents are huge, they're big. Those of us working in culture here in Portugal, where culture is a lower relative of the public policies, it's in terms of budget, because we do not place culture in priorities of national policies, and that is demonstrated, perfectly demonstrated. Our relation with the GDP and with the NOA, European budget, it has nothing to do with the corresponding GDPs, the relation we had with investment in culture. We have low budgets, minimum, misery in many cases. But here we are before a program and projects that in the Portuguese framework, I'm not speaking of Europe, that are well funded. And when this happens, the issue of future and the seeds that will see and the capability for them to grow, it's crucial for me. So the ones involved in the projects are proof of seeds being planted, and we hope for them to transport them as well. But what was left in terms of population, communities, quality of life, pleasure of life, of people, in the several, you all spoke of it and answers my concern. But these two topics, continuity of the projects and seeds planted, to be our reflection in the next half hour. Who in the audience wants to intervene, place a question or a comment? We need the mic. First of all, thank you for the presentations. They were great. I loved all the projects that were presented today and yesterday, but I have been following the process of the birth and development of these projects. And one of the main problems that exists is choosing partners. There's a crisis moment where everybody's looking for partners, and mainly in Norway. I would like, now that you have years of experience, I would like to make two questions. How did you find that these processes should go? And the second question, I am interpreting bilateral cooperation as relations between Portugal and the other three countries. What would you wish for your partner, Norway partner, to do for the project? What is your expectation when you launch a project? And this because I've had the question being made several times by people in Norway. And what are we going to do here? What is our role here? And maybe this should be more explicit. What we expect from our partners, international partners. Excellent question. Once again, because the investment that these three countries made in the legal framework, mandatory legal framework they accepted in terms of European Union are very important. It was a great investment from the beginning up until now. If I read the numbers right, since 2004, more than 200 million euros is a lot of money. And in the area, specific area, in the cultural area, 11 million. Of the 9 million of them, round numbers, I'm seeing my colleague and friend, the president, the board, saying yes, so I'm not that wrong. We're speaking of huge investment. It's important to know that question. In my spirit, it fits in the responsibility. More questions. Is there any more questions? We've heard about projects with Iceland. We've heard about projects with Norway mainly. From Liechtenstein, I don't see any partners. That issue of looking for partners, I will leave for the table to answer, but it's a problem we felt for a long, long time. As an NGO, I was part with the COM of the Secretariat that promoted the European Year for Cultural Heritage. It was before the pandemic, immediately before, and that was one of the NGOs on the European level for not just museums, and we raised that issue. There should be a European database of NGOs available for cooperation with an indication, with a schedule, the strength for cooperation. And as far as I know in this subject, that does not exist, and it's a huge handicap when we want to make projects. Any more questions? There's a great... Oh, yes, we have a question at the end of the table. I don't know you. It's a colleague from Norway.
I represent NOPA, and I'm very happy. I just wanted to say we're very happy with the project we had in Azores. The people who were there, they were super happy about it. And I think it's also a very interesting way of distributing music. We are a Songwriters Association, so we are happy about the project, but also nowadays we struggle to get people to hear our music, and this combination with the nature walk, it was a super interesting part for us. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with you. It's very interesting, the experience. Any more other observations? Yes. I'm not going to identify you because I do not know you. I come from Azores, São Miguel Island. Two reflections regarding the future. Yesterday and today, I think there's some similarity between projects, and I think it should be important in a logic of partnership, not just outside, but with partnership within the projects, to have continuity in a logic of net, not necessarily formal, but to create more knowledge through the experience that these projects are germinating by themselves. And I'm a sociologist. I do not understand naval construction, but the importance of using know-how, the private knowledge, and knowing about the degree that you gave in carpentry to know other ways to build. I know example of a French through building ships and he experienced, he now builds homes in a more sustainable way. So there's a way to perpetuate knowledge, not in naval construction. It may not have viability in terms of jobs or creating wealth for a certain type of company, but it could be seized for another type of purpose and to continue the know-how, not in naval terms, but maybe in housings or any other thing. Undoubtedly, yes. And the example of Vila do Conde is very difficult because contrary to other know-how of naval construction, more craftsmanship, like the one in Seychelles, Elco Self that we celebrate from Seychelles, there is an industrial shipbuilding. So with traditional know-how, but industrial, the National Museum has more difficulty to create than the local museum in the village. It's complicated. Is there any more questions in the audience? Yes.
I make a comment that as representing the Icelandic partner in the fire and ice sub-project of Fulgo, I was really struck by how rich the interactions and the cultural exchange were that took place in that part of the project. So that's only one of many different sub-projects and engagements that were part of the Fulgo project. So I can only imagine the sum total of possibilities that were opened up through this project. And within our sub-project, we had ecological poetry, we had art making and art making pedagogy. We had visual arts. We had multimodal expressions and explorations, and these also involved sort of learning and educational nuances that were both cooperations with schools and school groups, but also outside of schools, in the cultural heritage and knowledge institutions of museums, of cultural centers, that also allowed us to get out of the classroom, out of the interior, out into nature, and through the making of art, experience some of the nuances and the particular sort of gifts of human environmental interaction that I think were really at the center of this part of the project's exploration of how our two very different environments, Iceland and the melting of glaciers, and central Portugal with wildfires, linked through underlying challenges of the root causes of climate change and global warming. And I thought that this opened up a very, very rich opportunity for exchange. And in the process of doing that, it also, I felt, opened new possibilities for exploring through culture, through art, these really pressing issues of our time. And so I hope that this program will have a continuation or some version in the future that allows us to build on those great advances that I think were made. Thank you.
Muito bem, deixa-me dar-me a
Very well, very well. To speak about continuity, I will propose this to be the last intervention and then we'll pass on the floor.
Thank you. My name is Björn Habesda. I'm the artistic director of New Music, and we were partnering with Outra and Rui in a particular universal project. So I think it's really interesting to be here and see all the success stories of the program, and it's nice to be at the point where we can see that everything has been done and we have arrived. But I think it's a good time to ask ourselves and potentially also share how we best can make meaningful collaborations. It of course relates to how do we continue? How do we go from here? What do we take away from these projects that we have made together? And when I say meaningful collaborations, I mean both practically between different types of partners. how do we best create the conditions to work together across our national differences and organizational differences or fiscal differences, but also how do we best create meaningful collaborations in terms of content. For us, this process has been very valuable as a learning experience because we have developed through the opportunities given both to identify and develop ideas into a longer project. But I would be really interested to hear from any of the partners in the panel thoughts about what is it that connects you to your partner? How do you go about to create the best conditions for a collaboration, and how do we develop these projects?
Muito bem, uma questão. No fundo,
Bottom line, we are all around the same issues. To me, this is an issue I share completely. How in the future we will deepen in terms of meaningful, with significance, with content, with real content, the collaboration. So these are different ways of approaching the same ideas placed before. If anybody wants to speak a lot, I will propose to do it on the reverse. Pedro was wanting to talk earlier, but if you don't mind, I will start with Marcio by Terra Incognita, and from then to here. Speak a little bit how to deepen in terms of significance, as our last speaker was saying, and seeking partners and this type of projects. If you understand that they need to have continuity, if in that continuity that you foresee, if you have development, some of you have mentioned, but concrete ideas of new steps ahead, but just in 2-3 minutes each. I apologize for that. Thank you. In our case, the meeting of our partner would happen in a session of matchmaking session that occurred before the program opening, and we saw there was a way to see and look at a problem that was common. And with the development of the idea, we understood that that was the ideal partner for our project because we had the intent, despite working with music and having knowledge in Norway cultural scenery, we had to have somebody to show us what we did not know. And so in that sense, it was an act that happened truly well. We believe that many of the success of these partnerships is in the accountability of the partners, in the positive sense. We give both sides sense there's a gain with these partnerships. When these partnerships are placed in a way that is too superficial, in reality, there's no type of contribution, deep contribution. Everything is closed. Basically, we want a service, and they provide that service, and it's finished. No, then we see a lack of enthusiasm, leaving things. They're not so present in the project, and so we try in this relationship to open the door, even when some of the suggestions were completely outside our spectrum. We saw it as something positive and not negative. So if we have a partner, that partner is our partner for a reason, and we need to give him freedom. 2-3 minutes, Marcio. Ideas for future. Do you have any? Yes, fortunately, the project continues. We mapped 3 more islands. So we mapped Pico, Faial, and Santa Maria islands, and we had a work that was done together with the government of Azores. They look at the project and they feel that it's a project that should go on. I will pass the floor to Rui Damas, please. I think in our case, and entities like ours that work in these areas, it's second nature to us to look for partners or being attentive to the works being done outside. We have some previous experience before this project, Europa Creativa, Creative Europe, finding partners, finding leaders. We don't know the complete mechanics of looking for partners, but in the case and in music was the entity within what we are interested to look for in a permanent way. Their artistic language and what we could intuitively know the programs had to do with what we thought was interesting for our project, and we had something to learn from them. We understood that rather quickly, that we could learn from them as well in a simple issue that is not simple, but when we were planning the artistic residence in Castro Marim with artists selected by them, we're focused on the end result. How is the presentation? It's a concert, it's this, it's that. We were formatted for that, to have results, measurable results. And they said, no, we are focused on the process and what we can show at the end of 2 weeks of residence. Maybe it's not a work, a play, maybe it's a chat or a sketch. It's something different. It's not a final product. And for the future, we are working in applications for the future, Creative Europe and maybe others, always in this perspective of working in peripheral spaces and marginal spaces, something that we identify with. Thank you, Rui. I will pass the floor to Rita. The thought we had, the connection to climate change in a way, made us go directly to those territories that had that presence, a constant presence of fires. And in that territory, we had a close contact with Mação municipality that was working in research with Stephen from Iceland. So that relation already existed there, connecting with Mapa de Ideias, our partner. So we could have ended up with one partner. We didn't had to have more, but we wanted to look for another, and we researched. And in any type of network, we research what could be the potential partners. We looked online. Given that the partnership with Iceland was connected with the scientific part, we tried that the Norway partners to be more artistic. We lucked in, we found them, we made several online meetings with Heidi and the team, and we understood that we had a pathway to explore, and that is how things happened. On the level of municipalities, we had a contact in Proença Nova that we activated in this situation, and that allowed for the project in financial terms to have some seeds already. Regarding the future, what we think, and it's happening already, sharing the Finnish and Norwegian partners to seize the synergy they already have with other countries. The possibility, in case of sitting in Iceland, to take the project and transmit it outside our borders, and on the level of financing, to look as Perform Europe, other types of financing that could viabilize the project, trying to think full as a concept that has 62 artistic activities, but they can be divided without losing consistency. And we did this. We took one of the activities actually with the community to Grândola here in Portugal. And this is a strategy to make it possible. And adding from Norway, we have a project that we created, Festival Todos, connected to interculturality, that has to do with all this, immigrants. And we see that in the territory. The immigrants are a tool, an important tool to dynamize. They bring new blood, energy. And this festival has to do with interculturality. And we're trying for ID to incorporate one in the festival with the support of the municipality, but we're trying to see at the level of institution. We spoke yesterday with the embassy in Norway to be able to bring more funds to make it happen. So we are in several fronts with several strategy in a logic of partnership, synergy. Only then can things happen. I will pass the floor to Andrea.
Thank you. Regarding the partnerships issue, and according to Marcio, it is very important to work something that already exists. The projects being the outcome of a consistent work that entities have developed over the last years. In our case, we found our partner from Arctic University randomly. George has relations with Zimbra since childhood. We have a program in the museum called Zimbra Memory and Identity since 2009. We promote sharing, and we were organizing in July 2019 an informal conversation about fisheries. The museum was full because the community was very interested. We had many old skilled fishers, and so George and a colleague of mine were in the queue, and they were so surprised with the type of work that the Maritime Museum had started. The project was already designed, the outcome of the work that we have developed over the last 40 years. We tried a partnership with another donor country. We were not successful because we realized that their outcome, their perspective was not a collaboration but a profit activity. Partnerships are like any other relationship we have in life. There is a need to have consistency, availability, and dedication, and in cooperation to be able to work with a common goal. We talked to DGPC, who recommended us how we should work shipbuilding and objects restoration. They suggested to work with the world-to-world. We have availability. They contributed during the design of the project, but we already have a well-structured skeleton, and since then we try to promote beneficial actions that the partners amuse themselves because we have fun in the project. It's important for people to benefit from the execution of the projects. This is what we have been promoting for the future. In April, the museum has 2 research offices. In April 2025, in Thomas University, Nordic University in Norway, is going to have a week program with our community, aiming at artistic production. We are involved in other European projects with universities. The VO project is an example. Living with the Ocean exhibition. The contents are in English, Portuguese, and Norwegian, and now Singaling also. They will bring the exhibition across countries or across the planet very shortly. We are going to be in June in the United Kingdom within the scope of a conference. We are going to have a talk about our project in the conference, the cultural value of fisheries, because this project aims to be a bridge. And this is our work within the scope of the museums and the culture, having the future as a goal to promote maritime literacy in all areas. I'm going to repeat a little bit what my panelist colleagues have already said. To me, it is essential because when we started to approach the project, we have to have a mature idea. Otherwise, it will not be possible or even easy to convey it to our partners and for them to also convey the idea to other partners. And if this doesn't happen, the future will be much harder and we will not be successful because it looks like everyone is speaking the same language, but at the end, they are not. So to me, it is essential when we start a project of this kind that there will be a consistency and maturity in what we want to execute. Regarding the future, in our case, in particular, the future is very critical because we are working in immaterial heritage. The ships are the outcomes, but if the people who are going to build them disappear, at the end, we will end up with a ship that will become a museum piece of art. But the know-how should continue alive in the community. So the conveyance of this know-how must continue. That's why we have planned for the near future new courses in shipbuilding. It can be transformed in other things, probably, yes. The people who showed up and attended the first course, what they say is that they want to work in shipbuilding, but not as we recognize it today. They already have in mind to have this change. I don't know what they really want, but it's possible that we will have the traditional shipbuilding activity and also other different approaches. We are dealing with the know-how, with a basic problem. These communities have been conveying knowledge in an informal way. They didn't have schools. They would learn in the shipyards, and it was a secret. The holder of knowledge, when they received a student to train him, wouldn't teach. The student had to learn without being taught, because there is a competition logic. If I convey my knowledge, this person may have my job, so I will not pass on this information. If he is able, he will absorb the knowledge and will succeed by merit, because I also increase my knowledge by merit. That's why this work is disappearing. We have to connect with these people who learn in such difficult environment to become now teachers. It's a very difficult subject. And to translate popular music that have no writings, it's not transcribed into transcriptions. It's something similar, each one in its area. We are about to close. We have here the chairman and the chairwoman of the Cultural Heritage organization. I don't know if you want to or wish to give some final notes. I have been involved with this project or this program, and so I must tell you that having in mind my lack of knowledge and the amount of investment made, I had some doubts about the good application of these resources, which are very important. I will leave more in peace regarding this problem, because each project was trying to make a journey by walking, involving in each situation a community of people who may benefit and have a better quality of life through participating in this project. To me, this is something that pleases me, at least for me. Concerns, yes, I continue to have some concerns, namely regarding the partners. It's a random concern. It is the result of unexpected circumstances. Probably the majority of our associations, cultural associations, artists and heritage associations, maybe they are outside this type of framework because they don't even know how to design a project, to look for partners, or how to involve themselves. And this is really a big concern to me. When we see projects that have more than hundreds of thousands of euros, and there is no money for a music band to buy an instrument, that is a concern to me, because we must look for a way to democratize. People have to know how to apply to these funds. And now I will pass on the floor to the chairwoman of the Cultural Heritage Organization. This afternoon, we are going to discuss this. Of course, the EEA grants have already a 30-year journey. They have collaborated, and it has been a learning experience. It has not only been bilateral, but multilateral, because every project have a number of countries involved. Sometimes a partner may come to a museum, but also in order to bring it to other people who don't know the journey. I think this is the challenge we are going to have in the last panel. We were speaking about this. It is very important to also know the other projects and to really increase our knowledge about other projects. Of course, we have two different areas, arts and culture. We have here our partners, so the objective is to really collaborate more. It's inspiring, the impact of the projects of EEA grants. Thank you very much, Ana Catarina. What I can tell you, I will finish with the last phrase. He said something in French. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. It was too fast. Thank you very much, and we are going to have lunch now. Thank you.
Agradecemos a participação de todas e de todos durante esta manhã. After a lunch break, we will assess the implementation of the culture program in Portugal and look at the future of the EEA grants. Juntem-se a nós às 2h30. Contamos convosco. Até já.
Good afternoon. Welcome back.
More than 50 Portuguese entities and 30 entities from Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. The projects reached more than 290,000 participants, visitors, and spectators. O painel Balanço e Perspectivas para o Futuro junta
Balance, assessment, and prospects for the future joins the partners and the Secretariat for the Financial Mechanism. This is moderated by José Soares Neves. This panel is moderated.
Welcome, you all. I will speak in Portuguese from now on. Muito boa tarde.
Good afternoon. We will now start the panel we have 5 speakers. I am going to make a brief presentation. So we are speaking of the partners. We have Ana Catarina Souza, Vice President of Património Cultural IP, operator of the program. Américo Rodrigues, General Director of Arts, partner of the program. Vergaard, Senior Advisor. Focal Point, Iceland, Norway. Okay, close. It got close. Partner of the donor countries in the Axis of Heritage. Erika Bertelsen, Senior Advisor, Focal Point, EEA Grants, Arts and Culture Norway. Partner of the program for the donor countries for arts. Marco, Senior Sector Officer, Cultural and Social Inclusion, Financial Mechanism Office, Secretariat for the PEA grant in Norway, that assists technically the donor countries in managing the financial mechanism. 3 are the subjects or the points for debate in the panel in 3 moments, and a total of 2 hours without break. The idea is to make a first round at the table with 10 minutes with 2 subjects. The first subject, reflection on the design and implementation of the culture program, namely articulation with other measures of public policies. And the second subject, focus on cooperation, bilateral cooperation, the importance, benefits, and maximization of results, outcomes. And then a period where I will pass the floor to the audience, and then to close a third and last round with a third topic, more directed towards issue of future prospects for the program, considerations, strategies, and priority intervention areas in the scope of the next period of financing. I present myself. I'm José Soares Neves. I am professor at ISCTE, researcher in sociology in ISCTE, and I'm director of the Portuguese Observatory for Cultural Activities. I want to thank clearly the invitation to be a moderator in this table, and in the person of Américo Rodrigues, the support of the teams of the Arts General Directorate and Cultural Património Cultural IP. And also, before passing the floor to our panel, I would like to make a brief note regarding the impact of the program in a perspective, a territorial perspective. We published, thank you. We published in 2024, promoted by the General Director of Arts, done in the scope of OPAC, a set of dimension. We have a territorial perspective. It was the first time in Portugal we made this. We mapped the set of dimensions, domains, activities, etc. And we considered, around those dimensions, we considered the side, international side, that is to say, the side of the programs, international programs with incidence in national territory. And clear, of course, within them, we considered the program that here brings us together. Programs that are very important from several points of view. From the bilateral side of it, one of the main axes, the internationalization, and I would say in a side maybe less treated, highlighted, that is the interior, the inland. For the inland, we try to highlight internationalization when it goes abroad, but not the other way around. But it has the other two dimensions as well, articulating interior-exterior through the teams, the projects, and we have those presentations in a very clear way and very interesting way throughout these 2 days. And we have also a side of interior-exterior, inland, outland, through those teams. But there's a side of exterior-interior in the internationalization. That is the one I want to highlight. Following this, what I have is a summary, a quantitative one. It's a brief summary of indicators, quantitative indicators. We understand the importance on the financial point of view, the point of view of involvement of organizations and institutions, also municipalities. We understand the involvement of foreign partners in national territory through the projects, and therefore it is an impact from that point of view, although sort of several points of view, very important. What would I highlight, or would like to highlight, is the territorial part of the program. It's not big from the point of view of the municipalities. That is the logic we are using here. But what I think it's important is highlighting the territorial that is very diversified, the incidents due to the regions, the plan of Portugal, including the autonomous regions, that shows the importance of what the program brings to the territory. It's a very schematic way, but allows to give a vision, decentralized vision. That is what I would like to highlight as well. It's clear it's not the only program in Portugal, but it's a very relevant contribution to what is the incidence of the several international programs in national territory. That is the last aspect I would like to highlight, because I think it's a side that maybe it's less known or more known program to program, and clear giving priority to EE grants in this session. I would also like to give this note. So we will pass the floor to our panel, and the idea would be to follow the order of the program. So please, Ana Catarina Souza. Good afternoon, everyone. So the question that the Professor José Neves places us with is related to the perspective for the future. Is that it? Not yet. No, I am so sorry. No, I will repeat. The subjects are predefined. So the initial subject, reflections regarding the design, implementation of the program, cultural and bilateral side. I think these 2 days that we had to share were very enlightening. For those that could not hear me yesterday, I only arrived at the program 9 months ago, but since as a cultural agent that at the same time in this case is I'm also the promoter. I'm also many times applying for as researcher and agent from the area of heritage. I had knowledge. I think these 30 years, and we celebrated 30 years of EE grants in October, has reflect in some way the dynamics and the differences that the EEA grants program has been placed with throughout the several programs, because the society has changed, Portuguese society has changed, the challenge as well, and the needs as well. So if we look at all the success cases and all of us in this room, we know that this program has a lot of success cases, but also has some problems that should be interesting now that we've reached the end, and that I think we can be proud of the projects we have on the table. And as promoters and as partners, we've been trying to help overcoming certain hurdles, but they're part of the learning curve in this framework and the programs. That is a success program as we see it in these 30 years. The models, promoter, partners, calls, etc. It was a model that, from my point of view, and as I say, having been only in the final stages after the closing of activities after April 2024, I would say it's a model that in some ways comply with its objectives. And that map that you showed, maybe it could be more complete. There was a dimension that was not included, that is the Project Water World, that covered all the coastal line in some way. So the scope, it's to reflect always selecting cases and projects and giving them financing, enough financing to make the projects that we saw here that have a dimension. They have several dimensions always, but the impact in society, or make projects that are all over the territory. That's a balance that it's something that we should reflect upon. And one of the reflections I leave here is that these, in terms of the current scenario of financing culture, EEA grants is one of the projects that has more this reflection component that allows to make process from beginning, middle, and finish line. So this morning we spoke about this. The majority of projects has continuity. Just one example. Last week we organized a bilateral workshop. Many of the partners we invited, I had no idea. They started by saying, "Oh, I participate in another project, EE grants." So that continuity shows that we are on the right path. And these type of projects, they give breath. Maybe they are even more. They strengthen even more than dispersing it throughout the territory. This is one of the issues I would like to place. Another issue, and it should be interesting, all of us, I think we learned a lot with the projects, the excellent project from all areas, from art, but also it was a learning experience, but maybe we should consider on one side to think in projects that cross both areas, an area more of heritage and the arts. It's a challenge as well, but it places even more hurdles of organizational obstacles. And on the other hand, trying to think, at least nationally, these meetings of the several projects are important also to overcome challenges in terms of projection. I think it's important to think not just in the issue of who is going to operate, whether they're partners or promoters, thinking as well what are the public policies that are needed for society from several points of view, not just the sizers. It's always difficult, of course, and to think, as we were speaking earlier this morning, thinking projects with maturity, projects that have already matured, to be able, at the same time, projects of launching new ideas. Between the two situations, maybe we can think models from the project that is very mature, that is important to give the continuity to new ideas that never were launched, never were developed, and that in some ways can have continuity. And of course, all projects have their own specificities. They have their hurdles. I know better the area of cultural heritage, of course, but constraints we all know we had throughout the program. They were all mentioned by everyone. They were felt not just in the cultural heritage, but we also had the pandemic and the conflicts in this framework, geopolitical framework, to think how can we contribute in some way in order for I wouldn't say bilateral relations, but multilateral relations on the European level, and not just how can these projects can be in some ways a contribution to these times, so uncertainty times, where culture, sustainable culture that leaves impact in society can be in some way also an axis of development of our societies. That is what we want, bottom line. And I think this is what I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you. We are now on time and with a set of very relevant subjects for debate. But I will pass the floor to our friend, Art Director, General Art America. Good afternoon, all of you. It's a pleasure to be here sharing our experience. I would start by reminding a few data. The goal of the program Culture was develop social economic development, reinforced through cultural cooperation, cultural entrepreneurship, and management of cultural heritage. Through art, we have the responsibilities of the art axis to reinforce the artistic offer, access, and participation in arts through the support to projects of artistic conceived or designed with and for regional communities in Portugal, continental Portugal, Açores and Madeira, in low-density areas. Having in mind these data, this framework, I would like to remind you all that we supported 9 projects in 6 regions, and all of them concluded their activities. The projects had a duration between 24 and 36 months, and the projects counted with a total of 38 partners, among which 17 from the donor countries. The call that we dealt with promoted, and these are objective data, promoted the mobility of the artists and the artistic productions in Portugal and in international territory as well. Facilitated and developed a working network from local plan, regional, national, international plane, allowing to develop systems of interchange of these artistic projects. Contributed for the decentralization of artistic offer in Portugal, involving more than 30 municipalities in territories of low density. Many times coinciding with this idea of cultural low density, and also in the autonomous regions, peripheral or ultra-peripheral regions, reinforcing access to the artistic cultural offer. Many people participated and viewed, being involved in creative process, more than 3,000 residents in the municipalities. Therefore, direct involvement of people, involvement of local communities, contributed, of course, for the economic development and dynamization of the regions itself, contributed as well for goals considered transversal in matters of governance, environmental issues, sustainable development, through the subjects approached and the methodologies used. Working methodologies. DG Arts promoted as well a program of capacitation to develop skills, relevant skills on the level of conception, presentation, and development of projects, artistic projects, professional ones. The program reinforced in this perspective of the Art General Directorate resulted in the reinforcement, important one, of bilateral relationships with the donor countries on the level of the projects, as well as on the institutional plane of the bodies involved in this process. Regarding sustainability of the results, the results that are tangible of the projects will live beyond them. That is to say, in the areas of sustainability, of entrepreneurship, culture. And they are devices of the artistic work developed that serve as well as a mapping, creative mapping of the territories. Therefore, several activities are developed through or in the scope of these projects. For instance, through renewal of partnerships with the municipalities, I will highlight Project Campilhas. Also, in establishing new partnerships, including new municipalities, as it was the project Vivificar, also present here, the national support in the relationship with our sustainable support of DG Arts, and that promotes surely the continuity of the dynamics promoted in the region with our support, in the several regions with our support, and it will be maintaining several collaborations among the national artistic entities and the donor countries will be maintained, and of course, not less important, it will ensure as well the maintenance of the jobs created through this and foment the creation of new connections in these networks that were meanwhile established, whether they're institutional or informal networks. There were several target groups that were benefiting the local communities, the residents in these municipalities, organizations, artists, teams. We reached several ages and social economic contexts and professional. They were very different from one another. Adults, seniors, professionals in culture, professionals, amateurs, the young people, and all the works, all the projects developed an intense work with schools and young groups and day centers. The balance for the DG Arts is very positive on one side because they corresponded to an idea of cultivated in DG Arts that we had to approach the low-density territories, namely culturally, and this helped a lot to comply with that design of public policy. The issue also of the involvement of local communities, the participation, active participation of a local community with the artists in collaboration. We promoted concrete help to the artists. They had more possibilities to have finance and funds to develop projects that are with better conditions in order to be done in a way that was more professional and sustainable. So here we have several advantages of adhering of the addition of DG Arts to this project. We were partners of this Director General of Heritage, Cultural Heritage. Some things didn't go so well and they were signaled, and they are easily overcome in future editions of the program. To conclude this first part, it was very stimulating that DG Art develop this program because the teams learned a lot. The teams working inside DG Arts not just with the contact with the artistic entities in the field, but also the contacts, international ones. And this was the first approach. Thank you. Thank you. Also, with a set of elements that is they are very relevant to place the program. Balance between positive aspects, not so positive aspects. This is very important as part of the reflection. With this positive note, the not so positive ones are reflected upon and they're subject to be overcome. Just a brief mention regarding low density territories. Culturally, it is another side of the atlas I mentioned earlier, because we have a public policy directed to the low density, a set of territories that is a substantial part of the country, as we know, with several problems, populational, economic impact, negative one. But then we understand that there's a cultural component that does not coincide. It's more reduced in the country. It has different development culturally due to the international projects, and this is an exercise we did with DG Arts in that identification. Just bring this because of the reference you made to bring that idea about. Now, without further ado, Bergard, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, so I'm Vegard, and I'm the coordinator for the EEA grants for Riksantikvaren, the Directorate for Cultural Heritage in Norway, and I've been working with the grants for 8 years now, but I'm quite new to the Portuguese culture program. So I started even later than you, Anna Katarina. But I've been here now in the Lisbon area for almost 2 weeks, and I've had a great introduction to the projects. I've seen 4 projects and have had the rest of the heritage projects presented here, so now I should be ready. Well, I was obviously not here at the beginning of the program either. The question was a bit about the conceptualization. And in the startup of this program, there was a stakeholder consultation, so I've been looking a bit at the notes from that, because the idea was to start with a blank sheet of paper and then develop the program. Of course, on the heritage side, we knew that we would work on coastal heritage from the very beginning, so that was very helpful, I think. And some of the challenges that were mentioned were, well, the thing about these stakeholder consultations was that it was completely open. So the stakeholders could talk about all the challenges that the heritage field faces in the country. So sustainable use of cultural heritage came up, and access to heritage. But then they went on to the possible solutions. And some solutions that were mentioned were bottom-up strategies to involve local communities, having synergies, a holistic approach, and involving local institutions and players, and empowering local populations. And I think this program has been very successful on all those, in all those aspects. And then there was the main document for the program, the so-called concept note, where we describe what we want to do. And I just want to refer to the main goal there, because it says that the main goal is to recover, rehabilitate, and revitalize coastal cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, and preventing the loss for local communities of their own collective memory. And yeah, the projects we have had presented here today, they fit extremely well with that goal. So I think I want to say congratulations on the job done. Yes. And there were some features in the program and in the call. And the reason why that is relevant for us in this period is that now we're at the very end of one program area. So we want to gather as much experience as possible and see what worked, what didn't work, and why. So something that was a bit special here was to have it obligatory to work on both tangible and intangible heritage. which seems to have worked very well for coastal heritage, having the craftsmanship on boats and also, of course, working on restoration of buildings. And then you have the very boring one, which we do think is very important, having maximum 75% for restoration, and then the rest for all the activities, the so-called soft activities. And the question that I've been thinking of these past days is that has this program and these projects been successful because of these conditions and because of what was asked for in the call? Or is this just how you work in Portugal? So it was like natural for you to work in this way. I think Martin asked a question a bit similar to that yesterday, and I think we can try to reflect more on that. But of course, I would assume that it's a combination. That, for example, to have a bottom-up approach, for that to work, there needs to be a sector that is ready, or at least quite ready to have a bottom-up approach. I've been in processes where people have said that it's extremely important to have a bottom-up approach, but there are only people from ministries and directorates in the room, and then it's difficult. But I think it's a combination. I think it seems like the project promoters here were very ready to work with these kinds of projects that had these conditions, that worked with both tangible and intangible heritage, that involved the local communities and worked with them and all that. But yeah, it's something I hope we can reflect more on in these discussions. Of course, coastal heritage was very important from us, from the Norwegian side, and talking about areas with low cultural density. I mean, the coast is not the area with the biggest needs in Portugal in general, right? But we still wanted very much to work on coastal heritage. And that is, of course, because we have a big sector on coastal heritage in Norway, and in the EEA and Norway grants, Portugal stands out as another country with a very big coastal heritage sector. So that has been important for us. But I also think, and we have seen this many places, that having a narrow focus in a program can have some benefits. A very boring thing is that you can have fewer applications, fewer people waste their time on writing a long application, and you can have synergies between the projects. We have seen examples of that, and I think you can see more of an impact when you focus the energy. I think this focus on taking care of the local memories when it comes to coastal heritage, when this happens many places along the coast at the same time, it is more impactful than when you work on a lot of different types of heritage, and it's more difficult to see what is common between the projects. And then that makes it a lot more easy to communicate the results as well, which is always positive. And back to the bilateral, because that was the other question. With a narrow focus, we had a great matchmaking event. I think having a narrow focus helps when it comes to bilateral partnerships, because then it makes it so much easier for us to do matchmaking, because we have a more defined target group. So the matchmaking here, many years ago, was not only matchmaking, but also kind of a seminar on coastal heritage, which makes it so much more interesting to participate. And also, it probably makes it, yeah, it makes it easier when people come together and they already know that they have something in common. The target we had for bilateral partnerships was 30%, and I think it was very clear 100%, which was the result. So that's been the case across programs in this round. So what everyone is talking about now is we've had so much, it was a very good result on quantity, now we need to work on the quality. And so I will move on to how do we get this quality. You discussed it in the previous panel as well. And we have been thinking a lot about that, but there are some elements I would like to point out. Of course, knowing each other before you apply is very important to build trust, and ideally you have worked together already. I mean, many of the very best partnerships we see are the ones where they are on the second round working on the EEA grants project, because the first time they get to know each other and they see, oh, there are so many more opportunities here. If we do it a different way, then we can gain so much more. Because of course, if you don't know each other, it must be difficult for a Portuguese actor that wants to apply for a project, and you get extra points to have a Norwegian partner, and then to set aside a very big, or not a very big, but a sizable part of the budget for the bilateral partnership is of course not that tempting, but we are very happy to see that when through the projects, many of the bilateral partnerships, they see the value and the opportunities. So the next time there is more trust and there is more willingness for the bilateral partner to have more activities and a bit bigger part in the project. Yes. Yeah, and well, I think that is also something that makes these grants special, the bilateral goal, because we see that it is adding something throughout this period. I feel like and the last year with all the final events, we see that everyone agrees that we need to raise the quality of the bilateral partnership. It seems like everyone is starting to agree that there is very real benefit in these partnerships. So yeah, we are definitely hoping to continue this work in the next mechanism. So yes, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Just to place ourselves in the origin of the program, in its developments, in its dilemma, a set of problems that have contributed and will contribute to our debate, following debate. And it's always good to understand that there's a positive assessment by the donors. We started well from that point of view. We will now continue with Erika Vertalsen. Please, the floor is yours.
Obrigada. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for a nice speech from our hosts. It's great to hear your words and see you again, as always. I have a confession to make. Before I started working with the grants, I had never been to Portugal. And now I'm completely in love, of course, as everyone else. So thank you for that as well. For the questions that we are here to discuss, I would like to say from the art perspective, the component that I represent, Arts and Culture Norway are very, very happy with this program, as I think our partner in DG Arts are very much aware of. Both the program, how it's designed, very clever, I must say, but also how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to fit in with the cultural policy of the country, which you have done an amazing job on doing here, with the low density areas that you spoke about, access to culture all over Portugal, all areas, and also in the implementation. It has been amazing. As some of you know, we're using this program as an example towards other countries, actually, because it's such a huge success. We can, of course, discuss challenges. There were some challenges, in the beginning, and also, of course, on the bilateral part. But it's so minor. I don't think we should spend time on this here today. I want to address a few success factors. I've spoken, of course, to Anna, my number one on this country until now, and she was here when the program was made, and she's followed it from A to Å, as we say in Norwegian. And she sends her regards, and she says that success factors in this program is the great involvement of the Desjardins team from start till end, all the way through. You know who you are. And also another point is that you picked several, you picked a few projects instead of a lot of calls. I think that's a huge part of the success here in Portugal. So bigger projects, but not so many. And also involving local authorities in all these territories has also been a part of the success as we see it from Arts and Culture Norway. So actually the goal of reaching low density areas is both part of the success and the implementation, I think. The results, as we have seen here yesterday and today, is amazing projects, and I'm really grateful that all of them has been represented here on stage. It's fantastic. So 9 amazing projects, and then Filmar, the predefined project as well, all fantastic. So thank you again for that. And as to the bilateral part of those, I will say that they are all very strong partnerships. Also part of the success, of course. As we heard, some of them are randomly, they happened randomly. Some of them happened through research online, basically, and some through matchmaking seminars. But they all turned out very, very good. Some of them had insane challenges, but not necessarily due to something in the program. Some of them, of course, due to the pandemic, but also, as was said yesterday, due to personal issues, because as was also said on stage, we're all people. It's feelings and life happens, so that's a part of the bilateral cooperation, and it happens. But the results are fantastic. As we have all seen on stage. And there's only one part missing in this program. It's the Norwegian partners. So this is why I asked if we could show the video. I don't know if it's happening. Could we? Yeah? Okay. With sound, please. Thank you.
Jeg har en litt sånn delt bakgrunn. Jeg begynte først innenfor økonomi og administrasjon, og jobbet med det i noen år, og så tok jeg kunstfagskole i 3 år, og etter det har jeg jobbet selvstendig som kunstner i mange år. Jeg har jobbet veldig mye med miljørelatert tematikk. Et eksempel et samarbeid jeg hadde med Hurtigruten, hvor de satte i land passasjerer langs hele Norges kyst på en og samme dag, og de ryddet strender, og da ble de passasjerene som hadde gjort strandryddinger med meg å henge opp all den plasten som var plukket i en fiskeeskje, for å visualisere hvor mye plast som i havet, og hvordan den plasten tar plassen til fisken. Da. Og det første veldig store prosjektet mitt var Skriket fra naturen, som var en del av Munch-jubileet i 2013. Så da fikk vi brukt det veldig kjente Munch-skriket for å få frem et miljøbudskap. Det var nok veien min inn til EØS-prosjektene, som også ganske store prosjekter med en del administrasjon og prosjektledelse i tillegg til den kunstneriske biten. Så da synes jeg at jeg har egentlig endt et sted hvor jeg får brukt begge bakgrunnene mine på likt. Ja. EØS-prosjektene, det jo bilaterale samarbeidsprosjekter hvor det er da EØS-landene, Norge, Liechtenstein og Island, som er giverland, og så er det EU-land som kan motta støtten. Og de landene som kan søke på midler, trenger en norsk partner. Så da har jo jeg på noen prosjekter vært den norske partneren. Så for eksempel i Romania, ved Svartehavet, så har jeg gjort et prosjekt. Det er et arkeologisk museum der. Og det museet har en hage utenfor som de ønsket å sette i stand. Da foreslo jeg en installasjon som egentlig består av en ganske stor boks med speil på innsiden og åpent tak. Og inn i den boksen så la vi mange sånne steiner med garn rundt, woven stones, som jeg heklet rundt i samarbeid med ungdom fra det stedet. Jeg tror vi la inn kanskje 20 steiner, og de ble da reflektert, ikke sant, i speilet, så det ble liksom mangedoblet. Og hele den hagen har virkelig blitt et fint samlingspunkt for lokalbefolkningen. Jeg har gjort et prosjekt til i Romania, og det var i Bucuresti, også med ungdom. Så det vi gjorde da var å jobbe med et drivhus. Og ungdommene, vi hadde først workshops online på grunn av korona, så kunne jeg ikke reise ned. Og da gikk de rundt og fotograferte gamle bygninger i Bucuresti, og fikk hvert sånt ensfargede bilde sin plass da, på drivhuset. Det Portugal, det var i et nedlagt gruveområde. Og så lærte jeg, mens jeg var der på første tur, at dette er også et sted for folk som er veldig interessert i fugler, for det er veldig mange sjeldne fugler der. Og da endte det med at vi bygget et gigantisk fuglerede, og plasserte det der du kjører inn til denne lille landsbyen. Så det ble liksom blitt et nytt sånn landemerke. Nå har dere kommet til Minas Santo Domingos. Og så å være en norsk partner inn på disse prosjektene er kjempespennende. Jeg er veldig glad i andre språk, jeg er glad i å møte andre kulturer. Men jeg tenker nesten på at disse prosjektene kan være litt sånn fredsprosjekter. Altså det er noe med å bare få det innblikk og forståelse for andre mennesker som lever et godt stykke unna, og i land du kanskje ellers ikke hadde hatt noe særlig forhold til.
Thank you. I think she said everything about working in these projects, actually, even though I'm sorry to bring in Romania in the picture. But it's all about that, you know, the people, the connections, but also administration, paperwork, audits. So I think this gives a good picture. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Definitely perspective. It's very interesting perspective of the several partnerships from testimonial. A very beautiful one and very inspiring. Thank you so much for bringing it. And for this moment, excellent testimonial. So now, our last speaker, very important, Martin, please, the floor is yours.
Boa tarde. Muito obrigado pela invitação.
Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon. I'll be speaking in English and not in Portuguese.
Very first of all, I would like to thank all of you, but particularly Patrimônio Cultural and DG Artes for organizing this amazing closing event, and on the other hand for taking this program from the beginning to this closure. And I would like to also extend this thanks to the National Focal Point with Maria Menheiro for supporting it, providing continuous support for the successful completion of this program. But maybe even more importantly, I would like to thank, I'm in the lucky position of being the final speaker on this almost final panel, and having heard all of you, I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for sharing with all of us, your stories, the stories behind the project, the people behind the project. And let me thank you for conceiving the idea, for finding partners, for believing in your idea, and actually through the difficulties of the administration, of COVID, of the rising prices, that you were determined to take it until the end. And I also I think it's a wonderful thing that the 2 days provided a possibility for all 17 projects to tell the story. I feel I have the story of the entire program. It's really unique. This has not happened elsewhere. Finally, I'm happy because my colleagues, or our colleagues from the Czech Republic, Estonia, Slovakia, Latvia, and Romania are here too, and I think it's very enriching also for them to hear what this program was about. I was thinking what to speak. I think it's a killer session. Last day after lunch, I think this is the killer session when you're hungover, tired, your stomach is full. So I was thinking how to shake people up a bit. And I was thinking actually we are all from different perspectives here. I mean, I'm maybe an artist of administration, but I'm an administrator. Look at my notes, and I'm a 20th century administrator because I use a pen. But some of us are project promoters, I mean, people behind projects, and some of us are from a different country with a different perspective on things. And what I thought, maybe I'll try to pick up on the thoughts that you shared with us in the last days, and I think there were some very important quotes or just images that stuck with me. Ines said yesterday that public policy is abstract, and we need people to connect it to the ground. And I think it's very true. It will always be abstract because public policy is universal, or at least more universal than a project. So I think in my head, what I'm going to try to do in these remaining 5 minutes or 7 is to turn things a bit around, because I think we are all convinced how important and beautiful these projects were. So what did it take to find you? 17 projects. What were the enabling conditions for this? And I just took some notes from the projects, 10 keywords. Approaching, participation, empathy, or your word is much better for this, afetu. I think that was beautiful. Autonomy, collaboration, community, being anchored in the tradition, memory, identity, and connecting arts and heritage. I think we have a little bit artificial separation of the two, and you see in this program I think we see a lot of natural linkages, interlinkages between the two. So I'm in the lucky position to be working in Brussels on all the culture programs that the EEA grants finances. So maybe I have a perspective, a bit of a comparative perspective. And what I wanted to maybe share with you is how I see this program in light of all the other programs and in light of what we tried to achieve at the highest level. And that highest level is for the entire EEA and Norway grants. It's a twofold objective. One is to reduce, so it's called reduce social and economic disparities, and the other one is to improve, enhance bilateral relations. This sounds very public policy, but what does this mean? Actually, I try to translate it to myself in a way that does the place where you're born, does it have to define your opportunities in life? To what extent does it have to define? And this also very much linked to these universal agreements on the fundamental rights, on human rights, basically the right to participate in culture, the right to human dignity, and all these universal values. But how can they be ensured? Because not all rights can be ensured by the state. Sometimes these projects actually help to sow the seeds for actually improving lives in areas where life chances currently are lower or not as diverse. So this is the ultimate objective. And what I saw in in this case of this Portuguese program, the culture program in Portugal, was that a lot of thought was given to how to bring together the national policy of territorial cohesion, which I think is quite strong in Portugal, with the needs of the arts sector and the needs of the heritage sector. And it's not only at the level of words, it's actually, it shines through from the program concept, through the calls that were published and that you actually applied for. It was explained. It comes back through the selection criteria. So basically, ideally, you were the best projects that fit these criteria the most. And even branding. I think I'm not going to tell you what's the worst name for a call for proposals, because we've had names that were three lines long. I think connecting dots is catchy. It has values in the name, like collaboration, maybe talking about remote areas. It's in a name. I really like that. The question was about how the design and implementation of the program is conducive to these objective of cohesion. And I think in this case, you could really see that, and as I think Vegard touched upon this question, I also just want to underline it, because maybe each society is a little bit different for natural reasons. Maybe you do work a little bit more collaboratively because the historic development of Portugal is such. But I do think that the conditions and requirements in a call, if they are taken seriously, they act as motivation, as incentive. And I think with Mika, we spoke yesterday about everything is about motivation. Do you give enough incentive for someone to act differently, to do something differently? And if a requirement is there that you bring together the local authority and a cultural organization, a social NGO and an international partner, because that's how we are going to give you money, I think that acts as a motivation, as an incentive to do it differently. And then, of course, we've heard very interesting reflections yesterday on this is a difficult story. It's a complex story. In every place it's different. Sometimes people don't want to join in the beginning, or they step out because they don't see their benefits in the project. But ultimately, you have a lot more stronger set of partners to act. And actually, maybe I will stop here by saying, because I think you said you want to talk about the future perspectives as well. Just to connect it to the future, I mean, every 7 years there's a new period, and every 7 years we get a chance to adapt to the changing world. I think you might be aware this is a period when the negotiations have started with all the 15 countries that are eligible for these grants, but nothing is settled yet, so it's not the moment we can say anything for sure, except for that there are certain priorities that are enshrined already in the treaty or the agreement between the European Union and the three countries of Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, that the green transition, democracy and rule of law and social inclusion and resilience are going to be cross-cutting priorities across all the programs, not just culture, but climate, justice, everything that we fund. And I'm just going to, as a closing thought, I would like to connect how important culture and also heritage is for democracy. And we sometimes don't make that link. But I think for democracies to function, you need people who believe that this works for them. You need people who have dignity, who dare to stand up for their rights, or if they feel something is wrong. And for communities to believe that they can change their circumstances if they encounter problems. And heritage plays a key role in local identity. It plays a key role in providing benefits for the community. It can be done badly and then it doesn't. There's many examples of that. But I think this program tried to give back to the community the heritage and reinforce the intangible heritage and identity. And that can create stronger communities who can care better for their members. And I think these are really important foundations of our democracies. And I think they need reinforcement as we look around in the last couple of weeks. Well, most important in the last couple of weeks. And for the arts part, arts and culture part, I think it's equally important to make people believe that they are agents of their own life. They're autonomous. They can help themselves and they can help their own community. And I think this is when democracy can thrive. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Eu gostei particularmente das palavras-chave escolhidas.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the key words that were chosen. We could add some others, but the ones mentioned were excellent. Considering the reflections of Marta and other members of the panel, they left us with a number of relevant information and the things they value. But now it's time to pass on the floor to the audience, because we already have discussed some aspects for the future, what we can expect regarding the program. But we are still in the phase of doing a balance or clarifications or positive and negative points or aspects. So I would like to really pass on the floor to the audience for those who are willing to raise questions or make a comment. Good afternoon, all of you. Jorge Santos from the Arctic University. I was born next door, so I'm bipolar. I'm Portuguese and I work in Norway. I would like to congratulate you, all of you, because you were able to conclude and finish the program. I am amazed with the commitment of everyone. I will ruin the party now. If there was a project subject to so many red tape and bureaucracy, I have never had one like this. I applied to two areas, education and heritage. I had to undergo the double amount of red tape. Since we are doing a balance and speaking about the future, how the democracy of this project can decline or diminish? At least 60%. Everyone here speaks about the bureaucracy or the red tape of the project. I would like to know the perspective for the future, because if I go back to Norway and I am asked, is it worthwhile to apply to a Portuguese project? It's worthwhile, technically, it's perfect, but from the administrative point of view, you should not be involved. What is the problem of democracy? It sends away all the small partners who cannot afford to participate in such a project. I lived that in small Portuguese companies. They had to leave the project in the middle. These people were very skillful. That's why they are able to keep small companies in Portugal. But they are unable to participate in a project of this nature. I would like to know, what do you know? This was not discussed here. We didn't speak about administration issues, only about technical issues. What can we do in the future in order to improve the program? Because the program has many advantages. The program is very positive, but kills the initiative by the root. Thank you. Thank you. In order to manage the debate, I would like to gather a few questions and then to pass on the floor to the panelists for them to reply. Hello, good afternoon. My name is George, and I am one of the winners of the program Campilhas Internacional. I also had an issue to mention about bureaucracy. If it's an advantage to have just a few winning projects, they also require these projects in order to get more funding, be more robust in terms of teams. It's not a piece of news. There were many, many challenges from the bureaucratic point of view. No one denies. But who went through it will know better how to prepare themselves to a second opportunity. Of course, there is a challenge. If the structure is small, in order to have more projects, they will. There is no section in the budget to have someone dedicated to administrative matters. At this moment, well, it was necessary to have someone dedicated to administration. We had to do that, but it's a challenge because not all the projects can allow to have someone dedicated to this. And then, of course, there are companies that cannot apply because they cannot meet this requirement of the project. There is another issue that, to me, is one of the factors to value the projects was to design a project as a trial, as an experimental opportunity for low-density population. To me, it was a very courageous step. This raises another issue. If the territories are of low population density, they will have less artists living in those territories, which will require that many of these projects are designed by people who don't live in those areas. So it would be important to think how then these projects can have continuity without the program foreseeing infrastructure. Of course, there was a very clear question between division of cultural heritage or projects in which there was a recovery of the buildings, but also other projects in the cultural projects that offer diversity. I think it would be interesting to think, well, there is a requirement by the municipalities which ensures the continuity of the project. Otherwise, if there isn't an infrastructure of the group that starts to develop this activity in a certain area or region, how can they ensure that in order to be part of the community, to have a rooted project? Given the experimental nature of the projects, it will require a longer process. Maybe that could be valued in a second application, being a little selfish. Thank you. Good afternoon, Virgilio from the SICO platform. Regarding the matter of the management project, I have a different perspective. Of course, I agree. The process was very difficult and demanding. But on the other hand, it brought us an experience that allows us to consolidate the team, consolidate methodologies, organization, allow us to prepare ourselves for future European projects, which otherwise we wouldn't have that experience. Maybe today we are more prepared to be promoters of a project from a creative in Europe because the project shows that experience. But if that project can be simplified, if the whole mechanism can possibly create more conditions so that the promoters can be prepared, of course, yes, but in internal terms, this was a huge learning experience. And I feel grateful for going through the process. Thank you. I apologize for speaking for the second time. I have a problem with the word donation. I thank Erika because she spoke about, Vergat spoke about the not only the quantitative aspect but also the qualitative one. And I thank Erika for the bilateral approach. And from the qualitative point of view, the partners who are donors being able to show what was the importance for them of having a project of this nature, because benefits, in order to be a donation, need to be mutual. So we have to be able to live the other's experience for us to then improve our own experience. Thank you. But don't forget in this bilateral approach to have these two looks. Now I would like to pass on the floor to the panelists. Ana Catarina Souza, would you like to start? Yes. You spoke a lot about management. It is difficult. I also agree with Virgilio, even because people spoke a lot about capacity building in the several teams, but also to the teams of the heritage teams. It was also a learning experience to the administration itself to be able to follow up. The difficulties allowed as well to have a closer follow-up of the journey. Yes, it's a challenge, but it was also a learning experience, not only to the partners, but also to ourselves, who, despite we have a lot of projects which are funded, the design of these projects and the follow-up that in our case had a very close follow-up with the management unit. They were very important to the success of this initiative, despite, well, maybe we may think ways to simplify and to also empower people to explain how things are done and to hold more sessions for those who apply, so that they will be able to better be prepared when they start a project with all these rules. And I am sure these rules are not specific just for the culture area, but also it is important for the promoters to help people to join this mechanism. It is something that made me think of, and after hearing everyone, we speak about figures as well. And I agree with Vergat as well. The qualitative approach. I am a researcher. Today, I do a lot of high-impact science, articles with figures and quantifications. But culture, both in heritage and contemporary art, is a long-lasting activity, a project. In this case of heritage, it's not a project for 3 years. They are projects for a long period of time. And the impact of these projects, as I learned during these 9 months, will not close in April, will have a larger impact. The impact it has is considerable. When we think towards the future, the qualitative issue and how all the stakeholders, not only in our case of the cultural heritage side, it was very important for us to understand, and I say this because I was told to have a dedicated team exclusively to this subject was also very important to increase the focus. Maybe we should also think on how in the future this management or administration issues should be discussed or organized to have a method to help people more. It's important to do not only to other projects, but for us to find a better working method. There's something that we can bring with us after this project. Thank you. Now we will go around the panel. Americo.
Obrigado pelas perguntas.
Thank you for the questions and reflections. Regarding bureaucracy, I did not understand very well if it's associated with to the call or then in the management of the sport. If it's on management, after the support granted, yes, we have news reports from the responsible parties that they thought that it was everything very bureaucratic, a slow process, a lot of red tape with delays that were not justifiable. And therefore, we cannot hide if these sessions are working sessions to improve. We cannot forget that not everything went well from the operator, program operator, and the partner as well. And that being those parties, negative parties signalized, we have an responsibility as agents of public administration to correct them in the future. We have a report, let's call it, of delays, failures that need to be corrected in future editions of the programs. Yes, we cannot go from the Nile's point of view. Makes no sense. I'm responsible for DG Arts, and I assume that not everything went well, and that we need to improve. Bearing in mind, obviously, your feedback. Regarding the issue of the entities to be robust, as is obvious, these entities that were supported, they had more conditions from the point of view, structural point of view, than others that did not have support, because it was important that they should be strong, robust, structured, and they should be or should have in their teams several professionals in several areas, namely management area. So the projects in the axis of arts were given to companies, to associations that had those conditions and are prepared to all the challenges, and if they're not, they make ways internally to prepare themselves, hiring outside or going to other collaborations. We also give support on that level because we promote, we have a program to give capabilities to help not just the entities that were awarded with the grants, but also agents, municipalities, general population, because the program it benefited also other associations that did not have the support, financial support. So besides the financing part, there is also this idea of the training and giving capabilities. And also like to hear the testimonial of Virgilio that said that this process serves as a learning experience and to be more prepared for the few next challenges, namely when it comes to European support. It's a good opportunity to prepare, and prepare is it's fighting the difficulties of day-to-day life and overcoming those obstacles. Bureaucracy, red tape, in my opinion, I know it always have a negative sense, but it's not necessary. Red tape that facilitates process is desirable. Organization is desirable. On the other hand, rigor in administering public monies is a competence, a skill of those that manage the program sometimes. I'm obviously in favor of all simplification. In DG Arts, we have a process of permanently simplifying the tenders that are very complicated, but I'm not obviously favorable to lack of rigor. No. Not just when it comes to the beneficiaries, entity that benefit, but the body that manages public money, whether it comes from here or there. I am not facilitating in that sense. And I honestly wish that these artistic entities to be prepared or to prepare themselves for new challenges and to be able to accept calls and to enter into tenders even more substantial than this one. Regarding a comment that George Andrade made, he has a pertinence, it's commentary. What stays with us? This happened, it happened well, and then what? Is it left? Does it leave anything in the territory? We opted for low density territories to support those. We only said low populational density. Now we developed the concept, and it's the idea of cultural low density. And yes, it is, because it doesn't even have resident artists. If not, they would be high cultural density. Artists transform reality. So a group that develops, that is from Oporto and develops a program in Alentejo, what does it leave behind? It's a good question. It leaves certainly seeds for the future if it has defined that the program or the work needs to continue after the financing ends. But it's not true that all of them do it. And it's very hard. I'm going to cross something that answers in some way to that. I don't know if it answers, but it tries to answer. We stimulated by this program and other stimulus, we launched a program called Arts and Territorial Cohesion. And in that program, Arts and Cohesion, Territorial Cohesion, that aims to support artistic projects in low-density territories, it's eligible to the candidate to indicate immediately local partners and to say how is going to continue the program for the afterwards, after the financing cycle ends. And then now it's 2 years. It's a responsibility of the entity to leave something for the future, to leave through participative process, to leave ensured continuity. And in this program that we created, that continuity is needed to be assured from the get-go, with installation of other artists, transformation of amateur artists in professional ones, with a relationship, active one, with the municipalities that ensure supports for the future. But that is, it needs to be, it cannot be tourism to go there, do some things, and then disappear. No. It does not corresponding to the expectations of people that are involved. This is a good reflection on, and you, George, you made a proposal that we need to analyze, because it should have a pathway to associate equipments, facilities, installation of equipments that would give continuity to the work done. It's a good idea, and we have that possibility to cross with the net of theaters, of contemporary, a network we are creating of artistic residents. It's a good idea, and needs to be debated further, more. But it's really something that, to me, I don't know if my colleagues agree or not, but to me it's concerning. All these good intentions and the great projects within the inland, in places that have low offers and cultural offer, or none on the level of cultural creation. There are different things participating in it. What to do next? Do we leave it? Do we go elsewhere? Do we seize other opportunities of financing elsewhere? No. The communities need a work that is ongoing, that establishes continuity, that foresees it, and that creates conditions for continuity, okay? It's also, at the same time, I'm making a challenge to myself and the entity I direct of reflection on this point. And regarding bilateral relationships, I forgot to mention those. I thought it was another part, but they were extremely positive, very, very positive, to the point that they went on to be a relationship of affection and empathy. So the future will be assured that continuity, because we've learned a lot from each other. We've ensured programs of high quality, as Oslo here. So the technicians that were involved, they've said that it was advantage, these experience, that training and exercise, and this is a note that it's also important. It's not just the teams involved directly that have benefited from this bilateral relation, but all the organization, the entire DG Arts, enriches itself in these agreements, bilateral agreements as well. And that is extremely positive. Thank you. Thank you. Degard, please.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. On the question of simplification and all the challenges. I mean, this is at least among the programs that we are working on. This is the last final event. And we have been gathering this kind of information for 2 to 3 years now, and been listening to a lot of Norwegian partners and also project promoters about the challenges with the bureaucracy. And the preparation of the new mechanism has already come quite far. So I think Marton will hopefully have a couple of comments on that. I know there are some simplifications on the way that we hope will make a difference. Yes, I also had another question earlier, which was answered here in a way, or it made me think, because I had a question whether the project promoters were people from the big cities, Lisboa and Porto, coming out and doing their activities. But of course, working with the heritage, the coastal heritage, it seems like these projects very much build on the local resources. Yeah, so that was just very good to reflect on. Also, it was mentioned that the projects, the partnerships should be of mutual benefit. And I think that has just been very evident everywhere here, that the partnerships are of mutual benefits. I don't think I've heard anywhere here that there were Norwegian experts coming in and showing us how it should be done. And it's the same with the initiative we had last week, the we are very much on the same level when it comes to heritage management. Of course, there is more money in Norway, but we have so much to learn from each other. So I think this mutual benefit is quite, it feels almost self-evident to me, and I hope it is for the bilateral partners as well. Yes, I don't really have any more comments on that.
Okay, thank you. Erika, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I have much to add to this, but I wanted to give a piece of advice because I had a little chat in the lunch, and as you understand, I cannot solve the bureaucracy of Portugal, not either in Norway either, so I cannot help you there. But I think as cultural workers, I used to work in the sector myself, and I know that we always underestimate administration. So my advice to all of you, both the Portuguese project promoters and the Norwegian project partners, when you do the budgets, do like times 10 on administration, because it's always bigger than you think. And if you want to get paid for doing this bureaucracy shit, you need to put it in the budget, unless you will not get it reimbursed. So that's my advice to all the projects, all the beautiful art that you're making. You need to get paid for it.
Thank you. Marton?
Yes, a couple of reflections. Thank you, first of all, for bringing... I thought we'd go home without anybody mentioning administration. I was like, no way. I mean, this is too good to be true. But I'm not going to joke on this. So I think maybe I'll organize my response around the theme of trade-offs. First of all, I hate this setup. I have to say it's better than standing at a podium, but I would like to sit among you. But the trade-off is that then the interpreters wouldn't see my mouth, so they couldn't actually read it. So I think it's good that we are a little bit raised, but it does give you a little bit of a hierarchy, no? We are not at the same level. I heard red tape from 3 people. I think we have generally on the level of the grants, all programs, all countries have taken the lessons that 7 years ago, the EEA and Norway grants were seen as much more simple and accessible than the European funds. And I think today this does not stand. This is the narrative I hear. But then the funny thing is, when I ask, can you give me an example? And everybody says Creative Europe. So funnily, I mean, I talk to people from the culture sector and the heritage sector, but Creative Europe is managed directly by the European Commission, the agency for culture and education. So not by any member state government. And that I find peculiar. So the only example people give is a project that is a program that is managed directly from Brussels by the Commission. And I know they invested a lot in simplifying the reporting and the way to verify expenditure. And we are in close connection with them, and we have discussed what we could adapt. But the EEA and Norway grants, they work like cohesion policy. So they are managed by each country's administration, by different ministries. And of course, in this case, national rules apply in parallel to the regulation, which, let's say, not we are responsible for shaping. That said, I think everybody has homework on this. I think we try to do our part. We have proposed a new regulation for the new period, which has now been, it has been consulted with each country. So Portugal has also provided its opinion. It's finalized and adopted and is now available publicly. What I would like to underline is that there had been major changes in the requirement on reporting towards the countries, which means normally they would also expect less reporting from you, because we will request much less frequent reporting from each country. So we cannot impose that each country decides how they manage a program, what they require from the projects, but we are expecting less reporting. In terms of financing and costs, we have tried to make sure that smaller projects are audited once and have to report once at the end of the project. And even for bigger projects, we are not requiring too much. but we cannot impose, we are not signing contracts with you directly, it's each ministry in each country. So I think you will have to see how they manage to simplify things there. I hope you will be able to feel some alleviation of the burden. In terms of the, it's called simplified cost options, is the technical terminus for this. It means that, for example, I think, George, you mentioned to hire like an accountant or someone who can manage. I think the possibility was there even now, but now it's even more emphasized that there are indirect costs and unit costs that you can do, and lump sums, we call them. So like, if you define a certain activity that, let's say, accounting for a project is worth, I don't know, 3,000 euros for the entire project, normally you could be able to budget that as a lump sum, and if it costs you more than that, that's your problem. The project pays you 3,000. If it costs less, then you keep the rest. That's how this lump sum idea is envisaged. And for the unit cost, it's very similar. If you have someone working on the project 5 hours every month, let's say, then you just set the salary, and you say that this person is going to work on the next 3 years, five hours every month on this project. And it can be, you don't need to give timesheets and other proof of expenditure. Basically, this should radically reduce the amount of paperwork. On the other trade-offs, I really picked up on two of the points you said. I fully agree. I think one is low density and sustainability. Like, how do you ensure that this can be continued if there's, let's say, lack or weaker capacity there without further financing, and about the rootedness and how much time it takes to build trust in a locality, to build something together. All I can say is that I think the whole motivation for my workplace to simplify things and get things going was to leave more time for projects, more time for implementation. So not 2-year projects, but maybe 4-year projects, 5-year projects. I think we're already too late for that, but yeah. The end date for the next period is going to be April 2031, so we're counting back from that. If we manage to agree, if the donor countries like Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein manage to agree with each country soon, and then we can develop the programs soon and launch the calls soon, the more time you have to actually implement the projects. And I think 4 years would be ideal to actually work in a community and build trust and then do something together, and maybe figure out how to, as Marigo was saying, how to make conditions for working on a longer term without financing, because I don't think it can be guaranteed that each and every project gets funding forever, but maybe other sources or semi-self-sustained sources can be thought about if there is time. I will finish here. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you. We have answers to the questions. I don't know if completely satisfactory, but we have a set of suggestions, several, in fact, some ideas for the future, prospects for the future, not many, but a few. I don't know if do we still have time for debate? I don't know if anybody has a comment, a question.
So many thoughts, and I like kind people to nice people. So I'm actually going to make a comment, because this is also a trade-off. I think it was Jorge Santos who said, like in the back, who mentioned that some Norwegian partners will not engage or they're dropping out. And I think, especially for the arts part, I think this is less relevant for the heritage, where you have municipalities with offices for procurement, for finances. I think they feel this red tape maybe less bothering. We do see that a lot of organizations struggle, and they have difficulty of cash flow if they don't get the funds in time to finance their activities. And that's why we're trying to do the simplification, but I think it's going to happen. Not everybody will find their place in the programs. We have a civil society fund. I don't know if everybody is aware of that. Every country there is a fund supporting civil society activities, which are smaller amounts, more campaign-like projects, sometimes medium-sized projects, and those have, I think, leaner administration because they're run by actually NGOs themselves. But it could be suitable for some of the project ideas, actually. I think in a culture program, I'm not really for over-administration, but administration is there to make sure that public funds are used well. So I think in that sense, I agree with you that it will not disappear because you have to be sure that these are used. This is some other people's tax money that they paid. So there needs to be guarantees that this is used for a right purpose and it's used cost efficiently. That needs to be established somehow. But also, I think when you go into bilateral cooperation or international cooperation, you have to move a little bit outside of your comfort zone. You're not working in your own country or with your own country participants. It's going to be different. It's going to be a bit more uncomfortable sometimes, especially from a perspective of the Scandinavian countries, where it's a bit different. There's a high level of trust from society towards the state, and vice versa, and that is why administration is much leaner. And I think in this sense, most of the countries that receive grants have a much lower trust in general. It's changing, but it's lower, and that's why administration is more blossoming, let's say, to put it nicely. I think that will not change from one period to the other, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have some time? Eventually, we have some complement of information in the perspective future. Martin advanced that aspect, but before going back to the table and giving the floor to some of our speakers, I would ask if there's any other question from the audience. Okay, so let's advance. I don't know, Neriku, is there any aspect that you would like to add regarding future prospects? We're already in that part. Yes, we are. It was fast. The future. Regarding the future, continuity. Well, I think it would be important to align ourselves with priority subject matter like territorial cohesion, participation, local development, and sustainability. And also to meet the expectations created in the regions due to the work done of approach and building of the trust, building trust. And as strategic lines for the future and intervention areas, I would highlight the issue of territorial cohesion and correction of regional asymmetries. That is something that makes a lot of sense in Portugal. And so we should continue to have a concern, effective concern with territorial cohesion and correction of asymmetries, and doing everything we can to have a true decentralization of the production and artistic fruition that to us is a priority. And I think this program, or the continuity of this program, can give a good contribution. An example, concrete example of this priority that we, DG Art General Director, elected as strategic line, it could be found in the implementation of that program that I've already mentioned earlier, arts and urban peripheries, arts and territorial cohesion. It's another program I was mentioning now. We launched it in 23, and partnership with the Portuguese Observatory for Cultural Activities that allowed in September 2024 to launch not just artistic cultural atlas. We didn't have a mapping, rigorous mapping of the entities, associations, equipments, facilities, artistic and cultural in the country, but also We would like to continue the expansion of the network of theaters and cinemas in Portugal, in the Portugal network of contemporary art, in a most close follow-up with the entities that...
Isto, aqui está bom exemplo de como programa, que é este.
This is a good example of a program, how it relates with all the strategic mechanisms of public administration in culture. The priority is also to deal with social cohesion and inclusion. On the one hand, the urgency of the democratization of culture, access to information and artistic production, and also the idea of cultural democracy, the public as active participant and being creative as well, not only as an adressee of or the recipient only of the art, active participation of populations in creative processes. And there is a need to also promote in the future a larger representation in arts, namely ethnical minorities, marginalized communities, contributing to ensure that diversity is reflected in artistic productions. I'm always speaking about the connection, about the program that brings us here. The DG Arts program is also, or can also be found in other programs such as arts and urban peripheries that has 2 projects on the way, characterized by a certain critical vulnerability, which we are going to open a 2nd edition, but also assessment of this program aiming to identify the impacts of the same in those regions or critical territories in the urban peripheries. On the other hand, we would like to continue to develop a reflection and action in favor of environmental sustainability. It is a challenge and at the same time an opportunity to the cultural sector. Ecological transition should be integrated in the design of the mechanism itself, and considering the importance of adoption by the beneficiaries in adoption of good practices and circulation of projects, as well as reflection about this matter. In this case as well, DG Arts has already started their work in partnership with the Coimbra University, which makes feasible a post-graduation in cultural management and sustainability. But we thought the program EEA grants should also, in the next opportunity, to have these as a central strategy. On the other hand, I would like to also have the program to be developed supporting arts and workshops, traditional workshops so far, and its articulation with contemporary arts. Assuming, therefore, the contemporaneity and the importance in the current world of ancestral practices, so many times called handicraft, theater, dancing, and visual arts. Similarly to strategic lines or guidelines that I have already mentioned, this dimension has, the importance of this dimension has increased at the DG Arts. We would like to introduce this idea as well for the future, to develop internationalization and bilateral cooperation mechanisms, and also the capacity building and development of skills or competencies. In general, this is what we see the future of this program. Thank you.
This reflection has been made already, even with the management unit. And when we think about when we think about the next period, we need to think of various levels. There's a scale, that is a huge umbrella, that is the one, that is the directives that all the countries that contributed for the building, the new framework, the new book, to meet those great subjects that unite us, that America just mentioned, that can be applied to heritage as well as contemporary art, or territorial cohesion, capabilities, social inclusion, climate awareness. All these are generic ones that, as Marken mentioned, that matter to all of us. Going down from that scale to the policies of each country, donor countries, and the policies in public policies, Portuguese ones, and our specificity, to find the bridge of interests, common interest, common goal. It's a process, bilateral, multilateral, that has impact in Portugal, but it needs to be built in combination. Going to heritage, I heard Vegard saying, and I was pleased to buy it, that he's somehow contemplated the importance of cultural, coastal heritage as a bridge to continuity, and also highlighting, I hadn't mentioned it before, but and I think it's an important line for continuity, that this coastal heritage cannot be just buildings. And this, the one we saw representing these inspiring projects these 2 days. We have also, in terms of coastal, Portuguese coastal culture, we have several scales, and the heritage that was here, in some ways, there was an investment. It was the heritage that is popular, the one that it does not have almost. I said this earlier in Gulbenkian in the session for the 30th anniversary. It doesn't have a national degree, and it would be difficult to have an intervention made on it. So to see what was made from Figueira da Foz up until Sesimbra, all these projects, in projects that with difficulty they would have the attention of the national authorities, or that the municipalities with great effort could make anything of them, following that line of coastal heritage. I think it would be always important, but thinking in heritage and interventions, I believe that when we think of seeds and intervention and revitalization is something that projects us to a future, because it leaves a mark, a physical mark in the territory. It is also important to think not just in those projects, in that heritage, that as we've seen, it's not in the capital city, it's in areas not interior, inland, but areas, decentralized areas, and to think in those interventions with the challenges of the current state of society, the climate issue, the climate change. Last week we spoke about it. In our case, coastal heritage, the team, Ritsa Tevaden, could verify the scenario, the catastrophic scenario that is foreseen for the projection for 2100. They will have impact in Algarve and other areas where we know every day monuments, places are being destroyed, fortifications they are collapsing in the beachheads, and fortifications of that period in Roman context. They explore the natural, aquatic, or prehistoric sites. That challenge of facing climate change, that is expressed in a different way in Norway and in Iceland than in Portugal. It's a challenge that I believe not just in threatened places, but in more sustained intervention, that is very important. And also to think in models of management of this heritage, because an intervention in heritage is always an intervention for the continuity. And so in Portugal, we are continuously rethinking the ways to manage heritage, namely the real estate heritage. This program, aligning real estate from the past to or immaterial or material, and there was a factor of success, but there are other challenges today, like digitalization, digital transition, with another whole set of potential, and finding models that are more or other models of management heritage that I think proximity to communities, I agree, the need to involve local actors, the municipalities, is something that is projected as well. Thinking of the future, these lines of continuity in some way, in these points of common interest that are projected relating to our coastal heritage, is one of the areas to be developed, independent from the format, but align these factors of cohesion, sustainability, social inclusion to a perspective, a contemporary one, within the specificities of what is to intervene in heritage. It's a task that of continuity. It's not in 3 years, as Martin would say. We're talking of projects of continuity. And therefore, I believe that more and more these projects of EE grants, there's a lot of expectations for the first next stage. There will be a lot of interest, and interest, we hope, will be translated in projects of so much quality as the ones we've seen in the last 2 days. So the expectations are high, as I see it. Thank you. Descartes, please.
Yes, a small thing on bilateral cooperation first. I think maybe Martin mentioned it, but it's been said from the FMO that there is a goal of, or a goal. The strategy will be to make it a bit more difficult to become a bilateral partner, but much easier to be a bilateral partner. And I think that can go hand in hand with quality in the partnerships as well, because you will have to put in an effort at the beginning of starting the partnerships, laying the foundation for a stronger partnership. And I think one of the issues this time has been that it's been quite easy to enter a partnership without any obligations, and then you're there, and then you have to find out about all the administrative stuff later. But about the future, more on the content side. From our side, it's been mentioned already, climate change. For us, we see climate change adaptation, adapting the heritage to the climate changes that are already happening. That is something we're working on already, especially through bilateral initiatives. But 7 years ago, that was not as high on the agenda. And on the other hand, it's the mitigation part for the cultural heritage sector to be a part of the solution and contribute to lowering climate gas emissions and using the traditional knowledge that we have to find better solutions. Also, something that has come up over the last few years is, of course, preparedness. I guess it's a part of the word resilience, which is one of the main focus areas of the new round. For us, that means preparedness towards climate and adaptation, as I mentioned, but of course also war and conflict. But what we see is that, at least in Norway, well, the people responsible for preparedness is municipalities. So it's important to see all the threats together and to make plans that safeguard our heritage. That has sadly become even more important over the last years. Yes, and for Portugal, of course, that could also be earthquakes. I heard it mentioned in the break here. Yeah, there have been so many good conversations in that room as well. I think we should acknowledge that. So it's been good with long breaks. Has been very beneficial, I think. Also, high on our agenda is craftsmanship, which goes hand in hand with many of the topics mentioned already. And of course, keeping what has worked. And here in Portugal, it's quite evident that there are a lot of things that have worked. And yes, including the focus on the coast, which we would love to continue with. And well, these are different challenging times. So, and we see more and more that bigger parts of society recognize that cultural heritage is helping provide people a sense of identity. And if you know your identity and you see your place in history, you are better equipped to see or to be positive about the future and to be better able to accept change and to handle change. And I think that's essential. And I think this funding is no less relevant in the coming years than it has been. Yeah.
Obrigado. Erika?
Thank you, Erika. Please.
That I don't want to listen to the Portuguese anymore, but it doesn't work anymore, so my apologies. So I didn't get the last of your last talk. I would like to end with a note on hope. Hello, Pedro. Thank you. So hope for the future. I hope for a new and bigger cultural program very, very quickly. We need more money on the arts side, I would say. I'm just putting it out there. Secondly, the program should obviously have less admin and less bureaucracy. That's a hope. And I also hope that all the amazing art projects that we have seen here will continue to move along into the next mechanism. And I hope that we will see strong partnerships again in this next mechanism that I hope will come, both the existing and new ones. And I hope for amazing bilateral cooperation again, fostering learning, understanding, empathy, fun, and friendship. And through this, I hope that we can build common ground. Because as Lise Wolf said in the video, this is kind of working for peace, what we do here with the bilateral cooperation. So that is my hope for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With any administrative talks, I'm thinking maybe just shut up and leave, not to drink into your coffee break or eat into your coffee break. I think as an administrator, I think there are some principles like transparency, and I thought maybe that I can add to this last session, just to understand how the process looks like. I think a lot of things are not decided yet, so I definitely cannot say anything. I can share what is decided already, which is the regulation. As I said, you can read it. It's very boring, but it has all the details you're interested in. The second one is we call it a blue book, or a list of program areas that the grants support. It's expected to be out in 2 weeks. It's edited. The pictures are being edited, so it's the final editorial touches. I just point to this information because it will list. It's a one-pager per program area. Basically, it will list the main principles of support and what we envisage to achieve. And I can say that the title of the program area culture is that increased participation, diversity, and sustainability in culture and cultural heritage, which kind of sums it up. I think in this regard, hearing the projects over the 2 days, I think it already sort of fits into this new framework as well. It's not much difference. Vegard mentioned some of the things that have, I think, happened since the Blue Book was drafted, like preparedness for conflict, for example, or increased risk of natural disasters, and what do you do with heritage then? I guess we will have to apply a certain amount of flexibility as well when we are developing programs. But the main idea is to have this strong human rights-based approach, working with those who have less means, as I already mentioned in my first intervention, to help, to use the funds in a way that it helps those that need it the most. And just in terms of the process, so right now, the European Union and the 3 EEA countries have signed an agreement end of last year. And based on that agreement, each of the 15 countries that use these funds negotiate or discuss, whatever we call it, on the portfolio of programs that will be supported. So like what program areas will be covered with what amount of money. That takes some time. I think everybody is interested in finishing it as soon as possible, but certain things need to be sorted out and there are capacity issues everywhere. And once that happens, so we know how much the future culture program in Portugal will be disposing of, then we can start discussing the priorities for that program. And of course, if it's a 10 million program, it can have different priorities than if it's a 300 million program, which is, it's not the same order. So I'm just saying that the priorities and actions will probably depend on the final size of the program and then who is going to operate that program. And I'm really looking forward to this period that we can start working on the content and launch the cause as soon as possible. But at this moment, it's at the highest political level, the negotiations or discussions. So, but you can find the regulation and the Blue Book soon, absolutely publicly available on the internet. I think it will be probably on the website of the Central Coordination National Focal Point as well. So as a closing, I just really want to thank you once again for sharing. I hope you will have a chance to continue and build upon your experience, and I hope to be able to learn about that too. And thank you.
Muito obrigado, muito obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the participation of the speakers. The interventions we had were so enlightening, so stimulating, so challenging. And we are all more alert to the possibilities that are being designed. There are good perspectives. And so good work, good projects, democracy, of course, the several key words that were present here and the several principles that guide the policies, the projects on the local, national, international level that were here well represented. Thank you all. It was a pleasure.
Session with a musical performance to remember. Voltamos às 16h45. Depois de 2 dias de partilhas, debates e inspiração, é hora de refletir sobre o caminho que percorremos e as ideias que levamos connosco. Para iniciar a sessão de encerramento, convidamos a usar da palavra Maria Mineiro, coordenadora da Unidade Nacional de Gestão dos EEA Grants em Portugal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by greeting the representative of the Embassy of Norway in Lisbon, Catarina Souza, Vice President of the Cultural Heritage, and the whole team of Cultural Heritage as promoters of the program Culture. Mr. Rodrigues, DJ of Arts, and the whole team as partners of the program, and still Vegard, partner of the program, Director for Cultural Heritage, and Nina and Erika from Arts and Culture Norway, partners of the culture partner, Matu, who spoke a while ago, and all the promoters of the projects and partners here present. I'm very happy as coordinator of the National Unity for the Management of EEA Grants. I'm here present or attending this closing session of a meeting for 2 days about the balance of the program and the project supported. And in addition, we had the opportunity to think about the future and what are the perspectives for the future. As you know, it was already said, EEA grants are the result of an agreement signed in the European space or area that was signed in Porto between the EU member states and 3 EFTA countries, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, in order to guarantee their participation in the single European market. Through this agreement, we created a financial mechanism that is in force in Portugal since 1994, 30 years that was celebrated last year, which we continue to celebrate, 30 years of partnership between Portugal and these 3 EFTA states with 2 main goals: to reduce differences at economic and social level within the economic European space, and also to reinforce bilateral relations between countries. Well, the current financial framework that is about to close has an allocation for Portugal of 102 million euros, 1,000 million euros. Portugal, together with Greece, are the only countries that have been in the European Economic Area funding several funding mechanisms since the beginning. In this cycle, precisely, we supported 410 projects in 5 program areas: the areas of the sea, blue growth, environment, culture, conciliation between personal, professional, and family lives, gender equality, and support to civil society. Regarding the culture program, we already spoke, and it was widely spoken through these 2 days. It has an allocation of EEA grants above 9 million euros, in addition to the public participation in Portugal, funding 7 projects, including the so-called predefined projects that we will help to fulfill the general goals of the program, which will be strengthening of the cultural area in Portugal, supporting projects that promote social economic development through cooperation, entrepreneurship, and cultural management. In complying with these 2 objectives, the program was about 2 different axes. The projects that you have been discussing through these 2 days are projects supported at these 2 levels in cultural heritage, including projects to safeguard and revitalize coastal heritage, and arts with the support to projects of artistic programming, offering artistic offers in low-density population areas. These projects allowed us to comply with, and most of them, in the cases, to exceed the indicators decided for this program. We are very proud to share with you some of the results that were reached and which were discussed these 2 days. More than 200,000 visits in the projects that were supported, more than 100 jobs. Regarding the PDP's predefined project, which was supported, the film arts presented incredible results with more than 10,000 minutes and many actions developed in Portugal and Norway together, having enriched schools, movie schools, and CNAJ that allowed the lab to maintain archaeological things were equipped, and also nautical, and then the sea technology and documentaries. In addition to the culture program, it is important for us to say the existence of the Fund for Bilateral Relations. This is a fund that supports projects until April 2025. It's still going on. That has an allocation of approximately 3 million euros. This fund is aimed to support initiatives contributing to the bilateral strengthening of the relation between Portugal, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland, initiatives in any area, provided that there is bilateral cooperation and strengthening of partnerships. They gave examples of several partnerships, activities, and initiatives that was supported within the scope of the bilateral relations in the sector of culture. We underline too that, in our opinion, very interesting when took place last February 19, the first meeting within the scope of the bilateral initiative safeguarding of the archaeological heritage, coastal heritage at risk, allowing to strengthen collaboration between Portugal and Norway, promoting the exchange of knowledge about strategies to protect protection of coastal archaeological heritage. On the other hand, we underlined cooperation between DG8 and our partner in Norway that aim to create a number of synergies in several sectors of arts between Portugal and Norway, and to promote the dialogue in themes related to environmental sustainability, gender equality, and artistic freedom. This initiative was very interesting as well because it allowed for an interchange between the several teams of several public entities, counting on the participation of the beneficiary countries of EEA grants. Looking to the future and speaking about the future, in 2015, we focused negotiations for the next financial mechanism. We already spoke about that. It was already referred during the last panel. Now we are going to focus on the sixth cycle of funding. And therefore, I would like to share with you some of the important aspects. On the one hand, contribution foreseen for Portugal is higher than the current financial mechanism that is about to be closed. There is a allocation higher than 26 million euros. There was a significant increase. Then the priorities for the next financial mechanism include green transition in Europe, democracy, rule of law, human rights, and social inclusion and resilience. Last February 11, we had a first formal meeting to negotiate between Portugal and the donor countries. We had the presence of the representatives of the donor countries that took place in Lisbon, this meeting in this building, by the way. We also had the participation of several governmental officers and several theme areas at national level. And therefore, the priority sectors that are identified in the Blue Book referred by Martin, that is the document prepared by the donor countries that contains the priority areas and themes for the next financial mechanism, will allow Portugal to maintain the focus on the current priority areas given the bilateral relevance of the theme and results reached in the several areas. Portugal aims to maintain as priorities the area of the sea, the environment, the culture, fight to home violence, and this area can be extended to themes related to justice. The themes of gender equality and digitalization will be transversal themes to all programs in the next cycle of funding. On the other hand, it will be fundamental for us to count on the participation, active participation of the donor countries. In this case, the partners who are going to be included in several programs during the whole funding cycle in order to ensure the success of this cooperation during the whole cycle, during 7 years. We already have the contributions of culture, which have already been taken into account and shared with the donor countries for the next funding cycle, and we wish and we expect to be able to sign a memorandum of understanding between these three countries, Portugal, Norway, and Iceland. We are the countries that are more advanced with the work with our donors. We are very proud, and until summer this memorandum could be signed for us to then be able to work in the theme areas and the concept notes that will be about sea, culture, environment, as we said. Closing with this positive note that we are really focused on the next financial mechanism with a very narrow calendar that we hope to fulfill. I would like to also share with you some final notes about the current financial mechanism and the lessons we can learn. On the one hand, it is essential to learn with what went well and also with what did not go so well. We had some comments a while ago or less positive contributions, and that's good because it's important to know what everyone has to say and what was their experience, and the bureaucracy was a point to be improved. We are very positive, and we believe, as Martin said a while ago, that the new regulations will be more agile. And despite the regulation is really boring, people tend not to read everything because it requires several hours to read it all. But if you could have a look to some points or sections, maybe you will understand that the regulation will be more agile for us to be able to reduce the bureaucracy, which was criticized by several entities that participated. So there are several lessons to learn. There is a need to continue to give priority to the issues related to the preservation and promotion of culture. The success of projects is important for the impacting results they have during the scope of this mechanism that can be escalated, that has a potential to generate here a long-lasting legacy. Then the partnerships and synergies that were created through EEA grants have been fundamental to strengthen cooperation within the cultural sector. It is a positive point that we would like to really underline. And therefore, we leave here a word of gratitude for the work developed by the partners of the cultural program and by the partners of the several projects, because thanks to this bilateral cooperation, we are able to dynamize and to do an exchange of good practices in culture and to leverage innovation in culture. Then another point that is also important has to do with sustainability of the projects and all the initiatives, because it is our aim to put people and companies and communities at the center of each EEA grants initiative. The sustainability of each project and partnerships that were created for us is very important to extend the duration of the financial mechanism. Therefore, to extend this cultural legacy of EEA grants, it's fundamental to ensure a Europe more and more green, competitive, inclusive, and richer in cultural diversity. Before ending, I would like to express a word of gratitude to the whole team of the cultural heritage entity and DG Arts for the work they developed during the whole financial mechanism. We know that there were several challenges that came up, but thanks to the effort of all the members of the teams, that was possible to exceed the challenges that happened. So this dedication in articulation with the promoters, with the partners of the projects, and also with the representatives of the donor countries, this was that made it possible to reach the results and to exceed the results within the culture program. So thank you very much to all of you for your attention, and I hope that these 2 days have been very beneficial and productive, full of new ideas in culture, and to think about the future of culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Zoega, Senior Advisor at Ranis, will take the floor.
Buon tarde. First of all, I would like to thank you for this learning process these 2 days. It has been amazing to follow all these project promoters, because, I mean, you hear about projects, but you don't know these amazing results, and to see how the Portuguese have somehow planted the seeds into the communities. No, it's okay. This was just for my... Okay, this is from the glacier pond, glacier by the biggest glacier in Iceland, Vatnajökull. I was just wanted to have this photo in front. Yes, and I think that you have planted seeds that will continue to grow. So this is very nice to have all these results. And and I saw there were like 5 partners from Iceland, and there were like big entities like National Radio and the university going to really small entities with no staff. So, and 4 of these projects were shown here, so it was great for me to be able to follow that. So I hope for this cooperation to continue. It was funny that Rita from Folego said that the Portuguese and the Icelanders are really similar. I beg to differ on one point, because Icelanders are not in general as eloquent as the Portuguese. We are, and like one writer said, Icelandic writer said that he put it this way: the reason why Icelanders have kept their language for so long, like for 1,000 years or so, it's because we use it so little. So it's the same. So finally, I would like to thank the team and all of you for our royal treatment. It was such a pleasure to be able to be, just with this group at the castle, when we know it's a long queue every day there. And I think I'll conclude with what one of the project participants said yesterday. The pupil, he said, art will make this a better world. So, a better place, he said. Mil obrigado.
We now invite Linda Vibe, Head of Department for Heritage and Society at Norway's Riksantikvaren, a donor program partner, to address the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a true pleasure to take part of the closing conference for the Portuguese Culture Program. This is my very first trip with the EEA and the Norwegian grants, and it has been an excellent introduction. During these last couple of days, I've been impressed by your holistic approach to cultural heritage management. In the heritage projects, you have combined not only restoration and craftsmanship, but also accessibility and inclusion. You have been able to involve communities in the work in an impressive way. And I was lucky enough to visit 2 projects this week, Porto Brandão and Sesimbra, both on Tuesday, which both were great examples of this. And now, today and yesterday, we have also heard about many more great examples. Through these projects, more people care about their cultural heritage. They take part both in use and in protection, and I think that the results from these projects will be long-lasting. And after these days, I'm even more convinced that investing in European partnerships to safeguard heritage is money well spent. Coastal heritage has been a part of this program, and this is a field of importance to both our countries. Last week, we had the first part of a small collaboration on coastal archaeology in danger together with Patrimonio Cultural IP, which made us realize how much we have to learn from our Portuguese colleagues. Sometimes English can be difficult. Well, coming to the end of a great program, we have much to build on. So we hope that we can continue working together in the future. And I would like to thank our dear hosts at Patrimonio Cultural IP and DG Arts. We hope that we can continue working together. And thank you for this heartwarming welcome to Portugal. We would final up to congratulate you all with the great results. And now, as a sign of our gratitude, I would ask my dear Norwegian colleague, Nina Kulås, can you please come up? And we would like to give a small gift to Patrimonio Cultural. Sofia. No, Anna Katarina, sorry. Would you like to come up? Thank you so much. Thank you.
And now, if I may, now Nina Kulås, Director of Innovation and Partnership at Arts and Culture Norway, also a donor program partner, takes the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear partners, and dear friends, it's been a great pleasure to participate in this closing conference for the Portuguese Cultural Program under the EEA grants. We're so fortunate to be gathered in this fantastic, beautifully city with such a great group of people. As you may remember, the Norwegian ambassador to Portugal, Mrs. Hanne Brusletto, in her opening remarks yesterday, said that a closing conference is first and foremost an opportunity to celebrate. And almost 2 days later, I have to say, what a fantastic celebration this has been. It has been impressive to listen in to all the project successes and all the accomplishments delivered during the past EEA grant period. As a donor program partner for the Portuguese Cultural Cooperation Program at Arts and Culture Norway, we are immensely proud of the results that we have achieved together. These are joint achievements which would not have been possible if it had not been for the great effort put down by DG Arts, for their professionalism, mutual respect, and for the openness between us. Close partnerships of the best kind, both at the program and at the project level, are never without some challenges, and we have heard a couple of examples earlier today. But we believe that the strength of a partnership is really proven in how we solve the issues and the challenges that do come along, particularly when you work together over a 7-year period across many different types of projects. So I think we sorted it out really well together, and again, through a very good and close cooperation and partnership. There were also some comments about bilateral benefits, and I have to say, even though the financial mechanism may be compared to a one-way street with the funding coming from up north, down south in this context, I think the bilateral benefits are really like a two-way street. So when it comes to opportunities for sharing best practices, addressing common challenges and learning from each other, I have to say that I get inspired every time I meet with the EEA countries and hear about these projects. Because topics like sustainability, arts and culture in rural areas, those are topics that we work with at Arts and Culture Norway in other parts of our operations as well. So the inspiration and the learning that we can share with our colleagues back home after these gatherings and after completing these projects should not be underestimated. We have to take this opportunity to extend some warm thank yous to some particular key people that have really contributed so importantly to make this program a success. So I would like to start to say a warm welcome to Maria Mineiro from the National Focal Point. You have and your team have been overseeing the program in an excellent way, and we really appreciate the support both when there have been challenges to address as well as with bilateral initiatives. So thank you. Thank you also to Anna Katarina Sousa and the team from the PO. We do hope and we look forward to continue our great cooperation. A big thank you, of course, also to DG Arts. I want to thank you, Joanna, there you are, who has done an excellent job at as the grant coordinator. George Silva in the EEA grants team. I would also like to mention Margarita Silva doing an excellent communication job. And of course, Director General Americo Rodriguez and the rest of your excellent team. It's been a pleasure. We do hope to continue our great cooperation in the next mechanism as well. And I would like to also extend a big thank you to my own team and take this opportunity. Erika is here with us in this conference. Anna, unfortunately, is back in Norway, and the rest of the EEA team. I can see every day the efforts they're putting into it, so thank you so much. After hearing a lot about the individual successes of each project, I think the closing remarks is really a great opportunity also to emphasize the bigger picture and the bigger value across all of these fantastic projects. European cooperation and understanding is crucial and will be even more important in the years to come. As we face a world of increasing complexity, let us remember that arts and culture offer more than beauty and expression. They are really powerful tools that connect us across borders and perspectives. International cooperation in the arts enriches our understanding, allowing us to appreciate the unique histories, traditions, and voices of each culture, while also revealing the shared human spirit that unites all of us. In these times, I think uncertainty is the only certainty. Change and adaptation is what has brought us forward. While some media attention is focused on barriers, increasing barriers, and polarization, cultural cooperation builds bridges. The EEA Blue Book, which Martin mentioned, which is sort of an overall program description and provides some guidelines for the next period, it also ensures that we hold on to important priorities and build our cooperation based on values that cannot necessarily be taken for granted in the years to come. So I would just like to repeat what Martin also mentioned earlier. Human rights are very important in the coming mechanism. European green transition keeps being a prioritized area. Social inclusion and resilience, as well as gender equality. Arts and culture becomes even more important in the times like these. It offers a way to process, document, respond to emotional and social and political upheaval. Artistic practice and participation is a form of resistance and resilience during times of high uncertainty. And it provides a lens through which we can better understand consequences and, importantly, endure hope for better times. So with that, thank you again so much to all of you who have participated in the program throughout the period, contributed here on stage. Thank you to all organizers, and thanks to everyone who has contributed to organizing the great event over the past 2 days. I don't like to say farewell. In Norwegian, we have a saying, we look forward to continuation. So let me say, till we meet again, until then, thank you so much, and obrigado.
Convidamos a usar da palavra Américo Rodrigues, Diretor-Geral das Artes, parceiro do programa Cultura.
America Rodriguez will take now the floor, General Director for Arts. Good afternoon, everyone. It matters in this closing session not just to congratulate the teams of DG Art and Cultural Heritage EP, responsible for the organization of this final event, but also to congratulate all the projects here presented by their capability of generating change in the territories where they were developed. And also to remind the objective of the program culture was the social development, economic of the territories, and in the specific case of the access of arts, the reinforcement of the artistic offer, access and participation in arts through the support to projects of program to conceived for and with the participation of the communities in territories of low density. The 17 projects presented here, whether in heritage or in arts, in their general, they showed us that generating change is possible, transforming is possible. Speak of the excess of arts signifies a bet in positive discrimination of the low diversity density populational one, trying to correct territorial asymmetries that several instruments of diagnosis clearly talk about, and another lines of support that DG Arts also seek to answer. These opportunities, but also the need to promote territorial cohesion and democracy, cultural democracy, is part of the strategic lines that the new program of culture in the area of arts should have. And it is also part of the dimensions identified by DG Arts for the new period. Territorial cohesion and environmental sustainability, arts and crafts, in the value and promotion of know-how and ancestral capability, internationalization, and reinforcement of cooperation, bilateral cooperation, are dimensions that in the national plan are identified as priority, but also were highlighted in the different moments of working moments throughout the bilateral cooperation, namely the reflections that were consolidated between DG Arts and its Norwegian counterpart. And I need to express my thank you note for them as well, not just for the partnership they had with us for the development of the program, their program, Culture Connecting Dots, but also by the opportunity of reflecting and deepening the knowledge of both organizations. My thank you note to Nina Kulas, Erika Bertelsen, and Anna Stigen, and remaining team. Finally, besides a thank you note to the heritage in the person of Ana Catarina Souza, operating the program and partner in this event, I also would like to thank, obviously, the National Unit of Management, Maria Mineiro, and also to leave a thank you note, a special one, because the programs had names, transformation has a name, work has a name, a thank you note, special thank you note for the DGA working group that made possible this project and these days of working days. Joana Branco, Jorge Silva, Margarida Silva, Lídia Santos, Susana Neves, Ágata Sequeira, and Maria Inês Chora. Good afternoon, everyone.
Agora, a intervenção do operador do programa Cultura, com Ana Catarina Souza, vice-presidente do Conselho Diretivo do Património Cultural IP.
Boa tarde. Good afternoon, everyone. Finally, we reached the end, sweet and bitter at the same time. It is the third time that I take the floor. Just to be quick and effective, I would like to tell you just a few words. First, As it was quite clear during these 2 days, the goals that were designed or set not only were fulfilled and met, in many projects some other goals and objectives were created as well. Obviously, the evaluation is not made by themselves, but as a whole, I'm very happy to say that we listened to all the presentations and that I knew already and have met some of the promoters and the people who were behind the projects. So we hope to have the impact of this program named Culture assessed by society in general, because this is the goal. But first, I would like to thank everyone who were with us, starting by the beginning. This wouldn't be possible without the donor countries, so thank you very much to Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein, who believe and continue to believe in this act of the nation that make us all stronger societies. So first, congratulations for the donors and for the partners, Portuguese partners and Norwegian partners, DJ Arts, who were with us in this journey, and Mr. Guevara and Arts and Culture, who followed up our entities. And naturally, they also followed up very closely the management unit and the team of Mrs. Mineiro. This wouldn't be possible without them. So I would like to really thank all of them, all that contributed to this project, the teams that that designed the previous, or what was this mechanism in these former DGPC, the several managers who were following up the safeguarding fund, and I cannot fail to say the name of the team, of the 4 magnificent people who were with us. I met them for 9 months, Teresa, Sofia, Pedro, and Teresa, who dedicated they dedicated so much to this project. So I'm sure they will take with them at the end of the project a personal rich experience. And finally, as said before, to say goodbye, it is always very difficult. We are preparing a book to which we would like to have your contribution, the contribution of everyone, to really publish a work that will summarize all these projects that will remain for the future, with the perspective of future and the interest of following all these projects, the impact that they left, the bilateral relations they left. So thank you very much for your presence, and we hope for the new, we receive the new program. Thank you very much for your attention.
Terminamos o evento final do programa Cultura com uma reinterpretação das raízes de onde nasce Portugal.
This is the end.
7 talented women committed to Portuguese traditional music, exploring the voice as their main instrument. The artists reconstruct everyday scenarios, blending the sacred and the profane, combining Galician Portuguese, Arabic, and Jewish flavors. All this with vocal arrangements that evoke ancient memories. Recebam com caloroso aplauso as Segue-me a capela.
Hi. Is this? Yeah. Okay, I can just talk. Hi. Good afternoon. Okay. After all, I will speak here. Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. After all, no. I've been told by the technicians that this is the right place to do it. Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you so much for the church and for all the organization to have us here and for inviting us. We are a group of 7 women. We are called Segma Capella, as we've been introduced. We're usually 7. Today we're 6. And our convidado, our invited Kine Teles, our guest, Portuguese, English sometimes is easier. Kine Teles, a fantastic percussionist from Portugal. We sing, we are usually 7, which is a number full of meaning. You can imagine a lot of things. You can imagine the 7 wonders of, not that I'm saying something, the 7 wonders of, cultural wonders, 7 sins, a lot of things. And actually, Portuguese culture is all involved in this kind of meanings that we try to also to translate, to transmit to you all. And we will continue. Thank you so much for having us.
Abrir as coladas, cavar, farejar, ensacar, trabalhar. Ceifar, gadanhar, debulhar, lavrar, enfardar, semear, malhar o centeio, tapar o palheiro, ceifar, gadanhar, debulhar, ceifar, gadanhar, debulhar, podar, argolar, montear, abrir as coladas, cavar, farejar, ensacar, trabalhar.
Oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos,
oh, minha mãe dos trabalhos, para quem trabalho eu, Yauai, para quem trabalho eu. Trabalho, mato o meu corpo, trabalho, mato o meu corpo, não tenho nada de meu, Yauai, para quem trabalho eu. Diz-me lá, patrão António, diz-me lá, patrão António, que triste pensar o teu, Yauai.
fazendo biscoitos, mas chegam para a adega e ficam só 8. São 8 minas fazendo uma omelete, mas chegam um goloso e ficam só 5. São 7 minas pintando papéis, mas chegam um pintor e ficam só 6. Meninas, vamos à murta, meninas, vamos à murta. Eu bem não sei apanhar e eu bem não sei apanhar. Debaixo da mortanheira, debaixo da mortanheira, 1000 abraços te hei de dar e eu bem não sei apanhar. Já não tenho coração, já não tenho coração, já me tiraram do peito, já me tiraram do peito. Onde eu tinha o coração, onde eu tinha o coração, nasceu-me um amor perfeito, já me tiraram do peito. Meninas, vamos à murta, meninas, vamos à murta. Eu bem não sei apanhar e eu bem não sei apanhar. Debaixo da mortanheira, debaixo da mortanheira, 1000 abraços te hei de dar e eu bem não sei apanhar.
This is a kid's song, a playful with a hand song that kids used to play and sing, and we collected it. And going back, just to give some context of what we're going to sing next, we are going to sing women's polyphonic songs. That you will see that the Portuguese women's polyphonic way of singing is in this moment being subjected to qualification for UNESCO's, I was not prepared for this in English, I'm sorry, for immaterial heritage, yes. And you will see that it's a different way of singing. We've done it in other songs priorly. We have 3 kinds of voices, 3 different ranges of voice, as you can see, and in this case 4 some of the times. And it's one of the few places in the world actually that still has this kind of singing in a traditional and still getting to our days way. Hope you like it.
Ah
I was indicted to say it was very high.
Feito ao cabo do chão, ei lá chegando ao cabo, descansa o meu coração. Ei lá chegando ao cabo, descansa o meu coração. Aqui, meu amor, aqui, aqui é que se está bem. Hei de arranjar namoro para a noitinha que vem. Hei de arranjar namoro para a noitinha que vem. Santa Barborinha bendita, livrai-nos das trovoadas, levai-nos para bem longe. Santa Barborinha bendita, com ramo de água benta, tramai esta tormenta. Santa Bárbara pequenina, se vestiu e se calçou, botão na mão tomou. Onde vai Santa Barborinha, que no céu estais escrita, eu vou para bem longe. Ocorrer esta trovoada, onde não há pão e vinho, nem papo de menino. Só a serpente e as 7 vidas, bebem grande maldição e água de trovão. Só a serpente e as 7 vidas, bebem leite de maldição e água de trovão.
We hope you are enjoying us, these old songs that we sing. We sing them because we like them, because we think they are beautiful melodies, but also because we believe it is an act of resistance to the rewriting of our history. These songs belong to our working class ancestors, and we are the working class of today. So they still mean something to us, because they talk about love, about loss, justice, faith, and the power of community. And these messages don't have frontiers. Like the next song we are going to sing, it's a Sephardic song. Probably it was sung in Portugal some centuries ago before the Jews were expelled, then traveled through the Mediterranean. It was collected in Turkey, and today we will sing here in Portugal again. And none of us is a Jew, and it doesn't matter, to us at least. And finally, we will finish with a St. John Saint from Azores. Thank you, DG Arts. and Património Cultural. And thank you for listening.
No quiero. Y yo mía te voy a dar a un alto. No quiero. No quiero madre, no quiero. Él es alto, yo no la caso. No quiero madre, no quiero. Él es alto, yo no la canso. No quiero madre, no quiero. Y ya mía te voy a dar un bachico. No quiero. Y ya mía te voy a dar un bachico. No quiero. No quiero madre, no quiero. Él es baixo, se arrastra embaixo. No quiero madre, no quiero. Él es baixo, se arrastra embaixo. No quiero madre, no quiero. Y ya mía te voy a dar un tiñoso. No quiero. Y ya mía te voy a dar un tiñoso. No quiero. No quiero madre, no quiero. Con el tiñoso no hay reposo. No quiero madre, no quiero. Con el tiñoso no hay reposo. No quiero madre, no quiero. Y ya mía te voy a dar un borracho. Y ya mía te voy a dar un borracho. Ya quiero madre, ya quiero. Con el borracho yo me abrazo. Ya quiero madre, ya quiero. Con el borracho yo me abrazo. Ya quiero madre, ya quiero. Ai, São João foi batizado. Ai, lá no Rio de Jordão. Ai, ele é sempre estimado. Ai, ele é sempre estimado. Ai, pra fazer uma função. Ai, São João, se bem soubesse. Ai, quando era o seu dia. Ai, descia do céu à terra. Ai, descia do céu à terra. Ai, com prazer e alegria. Ai, nós somos todas mulheres. Ai, temos bom coração. Ai, temos esta lembrança. Ai, temos esta lembrança. Ai, de cantar a São João.
Segue-me à capela. Património Cultural EP and the Director General for the Arts, thank you for being with us at the final event of the Portuguese Culture Program. The program operator and partner thank everyone involved in the success of our program and of this final event. O Património Cultural IP e a Direção-Geral das Artes agradecem-vos a participação no evento final do programa Cultura dos EEA Grants. O operador de programa e o parceiro de programa agradecem a todas e a todos que contribuíram para o sucesso deste programa e também do evento final. Bom regresso a casa. Até ao próximo mecanismo financeiro. Have a safe trip home. See you at the next mechanism.